One of the most prestigious bracelets will be awarded today. This is the World Series of Poker 10K Heads Up Championship on GGPoker. Welcome into the Poker Go studio at the Aria Resort and Casino in Las Vegas, Nevada. Jeff Platt alongside WSOP Bracelet winner, WSOP main event runner-up, and a socially distanced David Williams. David, I imagine you view the 10K Championship as pretty high on the list of premier events at the World Series of Poker.
Absolutely. It's one I used to look forward to every year. I would never miss, but the field, I think, just got so tough.
Yeah.
So many specialists that I had to pull out. So yeah, this is a really tough tournament. I mean, almost all the entrants are, really top tier players. So yeah, I expect an exciting one today.
Yeah, case in point, we have an absolutely stacked list of semi-finalists. Now, you've gone into a decent amount of heads-up matches with a lot of money, a lot of prestige on the line. Take us inside the mind of some of our competitors today.
Well, I think the difference in those events, though, is you had to get there from a full table.
Sure.
So you show up, your chip stacks are different, mindsets are different. This is a heads-up tournament. The players are starting with equal stacks. They've been specializing this the entire tournament. So I think anyone down this far, beating the people they've beat, I think all four of these competitors are pretty confident going into their matches and know what they're doing and have a strategy. And
they've had a week off now, which is a little bit weird. You mentioned strategy. Do you think with such a specialized format, they dive into the lab, so to speak, over this last week?
I think you'd be putting yourself at a disadvantage if you didn't. And the way poker is now with so much studying and so much technique, I would not be shocked to find out if all four of these players were studying the previous matches of their opponent, looking up other matches they've played, trying to get intel on how they play, what they do, what their strategy is, how to counteract that. Absolutely.
Well, David said it's an elite field, and how's this for an elite semifinals matchup? Michael Zang versus Michael Adamo, two of the absolute stone cold killers in the game today. Some super high roller superstars, and no surprise to you, I'm sure, to see such sickos in this field and in the semifinals.
Yeah, I mean, anytime you look at a high buy-in heads-up tournament field, at the end, you're going to see players you recognize. I recognize both these players from their high roller tournament, success, so I'm not surprised.
Matchup number 2 pits David Peters, another super high roller legend, against Alyssa McDonald, who seems to have the love and the support of the poker community. The poker streamer out of Canada taking on David Peters, a big-time matchup for Alyssa. You're fairly familiar with Mr. Peters.
Yeah, I've seen Mr. Peters, as you call him, many times throughout the years at deep in these tournaments. He's, his results speak for himself. He's not very flashy at the table, but he's always down there, always deep, and I'm not surprised to see him here either.
Alyssa McDonald, by the way, looking to become the first woman to win a WSOP Heads-Up Championship. If she wins that bracelet, she'll win a decent amount of cash as well. More than $360,000 up top in this one, plus a WSOP Europe package. They give you that WSOP Europe main event seat. They give you the cost for your airfare, the cost for your hotel. It's a beautiful thing. Let's take a look at the entire payouts at this point. So it's more than $360K up top, $223,488 to second, third, and fourth will each earn $124K. So $124K is guaranteed to our semifinalists. About a $100K jump if you make it into the finals. And they're at the spots in this tourney where the pay jumps are pretty big.
Yeah, the pay jumps are big, but I think one of the cool things about a heads-up tournament is there's no more real ICM implications. Yeah. Like we've witnessed the previous Saturdays where the players are kind of waiting out for other players to get knocked out and make more money. We don't have that. So you're going to see the action right away because you are the only two people at the table. So there's no one to wait out.
That is a great point. These last couple Saturday broadcasts have been ICN this, ICN that. Here's the pay jump, here's the pay jump. And this feels like pretty pure, right?
Right. We're just going to see poker. There's no trying to outlast someone else. So I'm refreshed. I'm excited to see that today.
I'm excited as well. Let's take a look at our past World Series of Poker Heads-Up Champions. The event debuted in 2007. Daniel Shriver won that one as a 5K. Jay Cody won it the only year it was a 25K. You see Mark Radoja, the winner in 2013. Alyssa McDonald beat Radoja in the second round. Adrian Mateos and Justin Bonomo among our list of champions. David, you aren't on that list, but you've worked your way into the money a couple times in this event.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I used to play it early on and have a couple cashes, a couple deep runs. I think a top 16 and a top 32. So I've had some memorable matches over the years. And maybe, when we have the World Series again live, I'll get back in the tournament. It was always a lot of fun.
We were reminiscing a little bit about some of those earlier heads-up championships that you had taken part in. A marathon match, to say the least, against Lyle Berman?
Yeah, I think it was 2008. We were in the round of 16.
Okay.
And it went so long, I believe we entered hour 6, that they started the other 3 matches for the top 8. Jack Effel came over, he goes, okay, we're gonna fire this up, because people were just waiting for hours. And we still went another hour and a half before Alec Torelli got to play Lyle. Lyle was the victor. I believe we had like a 5 big blind average. And he was just moving pretty slow. And it was one of the most excruciating 5.5 hours of my life. Would have been all right if I won it, but then to go through that and then lose and miss tournaments. I think I missed like 2 other events I couldn't register for that were, that day. Missed late reg, and I just stormed out of there. I'll never forget that. You
are definitely going to have Lyle Berman in your nightmare this evening, to say the least. So let us get to know some of our semi-finalists, and let us start with Alyssa McDonald. Again, looking to become the first woman to win a bracelet in a heads-up championship. Poker streamer out of Canada. She's in those Twitch streets with quite the following. Used to study art at Mohawk College. This is her 3rd WSOP cash of 2020. Some small cashes in the 1K Bounty PLO and the $150 GG Masters WSOP edition. Let us take a look at her road to the Final Four. And there it is, a tough road at that. We mentioned Radoja. She knocked off Bruno Batillon, a fantastic Brazilian player in round number 1. Took care of Victor Kudinov in round 3. In round of 16, a wild match against AJ Chabra, which we'll get into a little bit later. And then in the quarterfinals, knocked off another Brazilian in Bellarmino de Sousa. So David, Alyssa comes in with the least amount of experience. She'd be the first to tell you that, but do you also think she has the least to lose? Really no pressure here.
Well, I mean, at the end of the day, none of these players really have anything to lose because they've made it pretty far, but I think they all want it just as bad. So, I mean, I don't think there's any reason to say, oh, she has less to lose. Her road's going to be any different for her. I think she's going to fight as hard as the other competitors.
And again, I mentioned it earlier, and I see it in the Twitch chat right now on GGPoker.tv. A lot of love for Alyssa in the Twitch streets. Let's take a look at some of the hands that she played that led her to this moment in the Final Four. And we'll start in her round of 16 matchup against AJ Chabra. And at this point, both are about even in stacks. Both are pretty deep. Alyssa opened with 4s. AJ 3-bet with the ace-queen, and a decent flop, I would say, if you're AJ Chabra.
Yeah, I mean, you got ace-queen here, you flop 3 aces, you're just going to try to find out how to get as much value from your opponent, either through having them pay you off with worse or inducing them to bluff.
4-ball on the turn. Alyssa turns 4s full, and an absolute disaster for AJ here.
Yeah, and I talked about inducing a bluff. I think that's where AJ checks here. Unfortunately, Alyssa turned a monster, and AJ's in trouble, but he doesn't know that.
Bet is 41K, AJ check calls, and this river's pretty much a blank.
Yeah, I mean, unless your opponent happened to have something like ace-7, but again, you want your opponent to try to value bet, maybe a 4, maybe just bluff a misdraw. AJ check calls because you're not going to get called by much if you raise here other than hands that beat you, unless they very specifically have a worse ace, which is unlikely. So it was a disastrous turn for him.
Yeah, quite a start for Alyssa McDonald. In that match, AJ was down as low as 32,000 in chips. He came all the way back to take the lead, and about a 3-2 chip lead at that. Alyssa then regained the lead, ended up winning. She had the longest matches in both the round of 32 and the round of 16. Let's check out her second featured hand from the quarterfinals, where she took on the Brazilian Bellarmino de Sousa. Alyssa with more than a 2-1 chip lead at this point, but de Sousa still with 70 bigs. Pre-flop, Alyssa raises with the ace-5. De Sousa defends. It comes ace-jack-5. Aces and 5s for Alyssa. De Sousa check calls, so pretty standard at that point, right? And then 8-ball on the turn, a worse 2-pair for Bellarmino.
Yeah, I mean, 8-5 is a little loose to defend the big blind with, but heads up, you do widen your range quite a bit, especially if your opponent's raising lots of buttons. And, I'd like to see more 3-bets from the big blind, but who knows, maybe he was.
Sure.
Unfortunately for him, this turn is about as worst card he could catch, other than a 5. Not really easy to get away from 2-pair heads up. Find out your opponent has a better 2-pair, and you're drawing to 2 outs.
Can we squeeze an 8? Just to guess, the answer is no. We do squeeze paint. It is not an 8. A tough spot for Bellarmino de Sousa. I was watching that one live last week. Great sportsmanship exhibited by D'Souza, wished Alyssa the best of luck in the semifinals, where she will take on David Peters. Disco Dave, as some people call him. With one World Series of Poker bracelet in 2016, he won the $1,500 event for more than $410,000. This event is his 48th World Series of Poker cash. He has 5 cashes in the 2020 World Series of Poker. Let us get to know David Peters a little bit more. He's out in the club sometimes. The man can dance.
Really?
So I've heard. Originally from Ohio, number 7 on the all-time money list, and won the U.S. Poker Open in 2019. The 33-year-old from Las Vegas, Nevada, looking for his second World Series of Poker bracelet. He's made 10 final tables. He has WSOP earnings of more than $3.7 million. Let's take a look at his road to the Final Four. He ran right through Johan Gilbert, Sammy Calipuro, we've seen in the high roller PLO streets, Scott Woods, Sergei Rushak, and Stefan Burikov. Peters versus Rushak was an absolute battle in the round of 16. There are 2 high rollers. You had mentioned that you'd gotten to know David Peters a little bit. When you actually sit across from him at a table, is it intimidating?
Yes and no. I mean, it is, because he just doesn't really say much, doesn't make any expressions, and just continues to take your chips. So in a way, that can be intimidating, absolutely.
In round of 16, I mentioned he faced Sergei Rushak. Let's take a look at one of the hands from that match. Here it was Peters with the chip lead. Rushak still, though, with 40 bigs. Peters raising it up with the 10s. Rushak calling with the queen 10, flopping an open-ended straight draw. Peters' pair is best. Peters will fire small here, about 10K. And here comes the check raise from Sergei.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of the times, neither player has anything, so the aggressor takes down the pot. So you see a lot of draws, check raising, especially in heads up no limit.
Peters not going anywhere with the 10s. So he will make the call. Ace of diamonds on the turn. Sergei doesn't get there, but makes sense for him to keep the pressure on here.
Yeah, although you don't expect your opponent to have check raised you with ace high, so if you're David, you're pretty confident with your 10s here.
Another 7 on the river. Sergei waves the white flag there.
David's experienced enough to know that his opponent does have draws in his check raising range, so he's not going to fold that turn. And here on the river, he just checks it back. You're not going to get paid off much if your opponent had bottom pair with a 7. They just beat you. The only hand that could pay you off would be a 9, so he wisely checks back.
Can we play out a hypothetical, and what if Sergei goes for it there on the river?
Yeah, I mean, it's tough, right? Because Sergei has to also think about what his opponent has. So yeah, sure, if we see the cards, we know a river bet might have taken it down. But if you're holding queen 10 high there and your opponent called you, it's kind of tough to make that move. So
Peters took on Stefan Burikov in the quarterfinals. Let us take a look at one of these hands from that match. Now, this match went a long time, the longest match in the quarterfinals. You see Peters has the slight chip lead, about 25 bigs to 20 bigs. Gets it in here with the ace-4 against the 7s. We know what's happening, right? Because Peters is in the semis.
Maybe
Wrong.
Maybe he lost and climbs back.
Wrong, as the flop does come king 9-7. Peters drawing dead. He did make that comeback, so he is down to 91K. He had a little bit more than 2 bigs. He doubled up 3 times in the next 6 hands. They battle for half an hour longer. Peters ends up getting it in with ace-4 against the king 10 of Burikov. And here, David Peters is. Never give up, right?
He was down 20-1, I think it was on like quick math. But I like that you guys mix it up. You know, every hand we usually show.
We were ready for the ace to get there.
Yeah, but good. You know, never give up in these heads-up matches. I mean, people get down so low. But again, all it takes is a nice little run of cards to get you jump-started, and then you can play again. And you know, your opponent usually gets a little flustered when that happens, and it kind of snowballs. Let's
move on to our next semifinal matchup and get to know one Michael Adamo just a little bit more. Adamo could become the second Australian to win 3 bracelets. Jeffrey Lissandro has 6. Let's just go ahead, jump into one of his featured hands. Against Connor Drynan here, Adamo raising with the ace-8. Connor 3-betting with the king 4 off. To your point earlier, staying balanced with his 3 bets.
Yeah, and I think you're going to, like a lot of the good players I know 3-bet a lot from the big blind because the button raise is pretty standard, so kind of take it up another notch of aggression here and take the lead. And you can lead out on flops and your opponent really has to play a guessing game.
Adamo does make the call on the flop. Adamo turns an 8. Connor keeps on firing, about half pot here. Adamo just rips it here.
Yeah, I mean, you again, when the board's paired, it's unlikely your opponent has a 6. He's got to feel the 8. It's likely the best hand unless his opponent happened to have a pair.
Drynan later ripped 10 bigs with the 9-7 suited right into Michael Adamo's jacks. All right, now let us get to know the Australian in Michael Adamo, looking for bracelet number 3. This is his 27th World Series of Poker cash. He sees 3rd already on Australia's all-time money list at the age of 26, only behind Kel Burns and Joe Hashem. I mean, this guy has just shot up through the poker ranks just over the last couple years. That's pretty impressive to be at the top of the game at just 26 years of age.
Yeah, I mean, who knows how early he started with online poker, started kind of training and getting ready. But yeah, seeing the ages of some of these competitors is baffling. I mean, David Peters being only 33, it feels like I've seen him dominating poker for the last 20 years.
Right.
But I guess it's only been 12, really. So yeah, it's pretty incredible to see.
All right, we know Adamo's road to the semifinals started against Connor Drynan. Let's take a look at the rest of his route to get here. How about in the round of 16, Bertrand Grospellier, or we know him as Elke.
Yeah, we haven't seen a lot from Elke in the past few years, but it's good to see he's still out there battling, and you know, talent doesn't go away. He's always been pretty talented, so that's a tough opponent Michael had to get through.
Yeah, for sure. Elke, one of the newest GGPoker ambassadors. We saw Felipe Ramos in the chat. We see Felipe Ramos in the streaming streets. Maybe he's led to the influx of all these Brazilians that we see making deep runs. All right, let's take a look at another featured hand from Adamo from his quarterfinals matchup against Pedro Waldberger. Now, at this point, both are incredibly deep. Adamo has the chip lead. He raises pre with the ace-queen. Pedro had 3-bet and pre-flop with the jack-8. Comes ace-8-7 rainbow. Pedro checks, and Adamo will fire about 2/3 pot here. Goes a little bigger, sizing-wise. Pedro check calls and turns jacks and 8s.
Yeah, now Pedro here has enough where he could go ahead and raise all in. He has about twice the bet, but he decides to allow his opponent to bluff if his opponent is bluffing. Yeah. Unfortunately for him, he was up against it. He had the best hand, but that river is a pretty awful river.
Jacks and 8s are counterfeited. Adamo does shove river, and Waldberger would tank, and he would tank, and he would makes the call here with the jack.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's just trying to deduce what is the likelihood his opponent has an ace, and if he didn't, his hand was probably the best hand.
Yeah.
And I think he just wanted to go with it, and unfortunately, it was not.
And we know that Adamo is certainly capable of a big bluff in that spot, as is this man. Let's get to know Michael Zang out of the United Kingdom. This is Zang's 11th World Series of Poker cash, looking for that first bracelet, or maybe this is his 9th cash. You know, it's debatable. Career live tournament earnings of almost $3.5 million. He has shot up into the high roller ranks over just these last couple years. WSOP earnings of more than 200K. This is his largest WSOP cash, and he had quite the road to get to the semifinals. Let's take a look at his road to the Final Four. Zang got through David Yan, and then how about this stretch? Sean Winter, Eric Seidel, Daniel Negreanu, and wrapping things up with a win against Chris Brewer. That's quite a nice little run for Mr. Zang, I would say.
Yeah, he's got to have his confidence on high. You know, he took down some very large, some titans of the game. He's got to feel unstoppable.
Let's take a look at some of his featured hands. We'll start with that match against Daniel Negreanu from the round of 16. At this point, both are very deep. Negreanu has the slight lead. Pre-flop, Negreanu raised it up with the ace-9. You see Zang coming in with that 3-bet with the king-6 off. It's queen 5-5, 2 clubs, no club for either player.
Again, you're going to notice a theme. A lot of these tough players are 3-betting out of the big blind with, you know, not that great of hands.
There's a 9-ball for Negreanu on the turn. Zang checks. After Negreanu turns a pair, decides to check back. 10 on the river, and Zang will fire here about 2/3 pot.
Yeah, I think Daniel kind of put himself in a strange spot because by checking back there, Zang has to feel Daniel doesn't have much. But I'm not sure. I mean, I guess he's just trying to target an ace high because what is your opponent really folding that your king high doesn't already beat here? It's unlikely they fold 10. They probably don't fold trips or a queen. Daniel happened to have the one hand, I think, that you could fold there to that bet. So
Daniel later got the chips in on a jack-7 deuce-deuce with the 7-6 of spades, which was a flush draw. Zang had a jack and ended up beating Daniel Negreanu to move on to the quarterfinals against Chris Brewer. Let's take a look at a hand that Zang may or may not have defeated Brewer in. You know, can't spoil it all. you never know what does happen. And we picked this one up on the flop. Pre-flop, by the way, Brewer raised with the Jack-10, Zang 3-bet with the Ace-King, Brewer called. On the flop, it was Zang leading, Brewer calling. On the turn, with aces and sevens, Zang checks, Brewer bets quarter pot. Zang calls, the river is a blank, Zang checks, leaving the door open for this bluff right there that this Zang just snapped off with the Ace-King.
Pretty easy call with Ace-King here, but you got to think about what the Jack-10 is trying to get his opponent to fold. I mean, the board is Ace-9, 7-7-3. Probably not folding an ace, probably not folding trip, so maybe he folds a 9 there. Possibly he had a pocket pair, but I don't know. I'm not too sure about that. I mean, it's easy to say. We saw his opponent had Ace-King, so nothing to really think about there.
We have about 10 minutes before we kick things off here at the WSOP 10K Heads Up Championship. I think, David, the perfect time for a State of the Union of the World Series of Poker. State of the Union, Jeff. UK ranks 3rd in the world for all-time WSOP winnings with more than $167 million. 55 bracelets, more than 6,700 cashes. Sam Trickett leads the UK in WSOP winnings with more than $11.5 million. Only one Brit has won the WSOP Heads Up Championship. And I feel like, David, this is a treat for us. You mentioned Adamo's rise, and we see Michael Zang's rise over the last couple of years. So we're seeing two of the young superstars just going at it with a bracelet on the line.
Yeah, I mean, I'm excited to watch. Like I say, it's a change of pace from the past 2 weeks. Not that they haven't been great. It's fun to watch, multi-table tournament final tables play out. But to get to see some experts of the game play heads up is a real treat. If you really like poker, today's your day.
All right, it's UK versus Australia here. So how about we see some statistics from Australia, and we find that Australia is 7th in the world for all-time WSOP winnings at more than $50 million. 5th in the world, all-time World Series of Poker bracelets. And again, Michael Adamo looking to become the 2nd Australian to win 3 World Series of Poker bracelets. Jeff Lissandro has 6 bracelets. Lissandro has 6. I'm sure you've played with Lissandro plenty.
Oh yeah, I've been playing with Lissandro for almost 20 years. He had one year where he won 3, I think 3 different stud variants.
Yeah.
All in 1 year. He's an absolute beast, especially at the limit game. So it is weird though, you kind of forget he has 6. You think, oh, he won 3 that year, he had another year he won 1, and then it's like, wow, he has 6 bracelets. That's pretty impressive up there in some exclusive company.
Don't deliver a bad beat to Jeff Lissandro, just FYI. You might get a bit of it. You've seen it, just a bit of a temper tantrum from Lissandro at times.
No comment.
Okay. David Peters looking for a 2nd WSOP bracelet. He has plenty of memorable moments. In fact, one in this very studio. Let's take you back to the 2019 US Poker Open. And that is a US Poker Open that David Peters did win. We'll show you that clip a little bit later. But I think, David, personally, I'm curious to hear your thoughts, that when you think of the top players in the game, that you have to include David Peters' name among them.
Oh, absolutely. And it's interesting because I think a lot of players may forget him because his personality is not so flashy and outspoken. But then when you talk to the guys that are always down there, his peers put him up there, and that's how you really know that someone is at the upper echelon, when the people who are also there succeeding list him, and I think everyone would agree.
He's got 10 World Series of Poker final tables. He does take on Alyssa McDonald in the semifinals. McDonald looking to become the first woman to win a heads-up championship bracelet. Let's see what she had to say when she did make the semifinals, as you can find her on Twitter, X. GGITY. The nerves are finally starting to settle. The heat is returning back to my body to be able to say we made it into the Final Four in the 10K Heads Up World Series of Poker on GG. I am still speechless. This has got to be an insane dream. I'll surely wake up from soon. Wow, just wow. I mean, this is cool, David. So with Peters and with Adamo and Zang, they're used to big tournaments. They're used to big spots. But it's really nice to see somebody who's still just so incredibly excited and enthusiastic about this opportunity.
Yeah, no, it's refreshing to see. It kind of adds another element to this. You have the 3 just stone cold killers, and not to say she's not, but you have someone who's just excited for the moment. In addition to playing great poker to get here. So yeah, that's one match I'm excited to watch.
Poker streamer out of Canada. That is Alyssa McDonald. You can find her on Twitch. She's got a lot of support. We are on Twitch right now on GGPoker's channel, ggpoker.tv or twitch.tv/ggpokerofficial. You also might be joining us on Poker Central's YouTube channel and PokerGo's Facebook page. Let us know in the chat who you are rooting for. Is it Michael Adamo? Is it Michael Zang? Is it Alyssa McDonald? Or is it David Peters? All right, David Williams, as we take a look at the structure for this event, they start super deep, to say the least. Could see some lengthy matches.
Yeah, 400 big blinds deep to start. I think it'll take 72 minutes before they're down to 100 big blind average stack. So yeah, a lot of room to make some moves, a lot of room to have something maybe not go your way and recover. I think it's going to be a long, interesting day.
Yeah, all right. We have about 5 minutes until the start of play, and we will show you both matches at the same time. So remember, we were curious about that last week, but we'll get to see all the hands. You got to be looking forward to this one.
Yeah, I mean, we'll get to call. You know, if we see a big hand happening, we can kind of focus our discussion on that one. But it's good because it's a lot of times it's just a lot of raise and take it. So being able to have both at once, unless two big hands happen at the same time, which I'm sure it will. Yeah, just our luck. But yeah, it's great to be able to see them both and not miss any of the action.
Yeah, I think so too. It'll be really interesting to see how these first couple hours play out. All right, we mentioned the pay jump at stake from the semifinals to the finals. That's worth about $100,000. Let's take a look at our complete list of payouts, and we will see that all 4 of our semifinalists are guaranteed $124,160. It's $223K to second, and first place, $360,480. That's not all. Our champion also receives a bracelet and a World Series of Poker Europe package. How about that WSOP Europe main? How about they pay for your flight? They pay for your hotel. They do it all over at King's Casino in Rosvedov. Speaking of main events, the World Series of Poker main event this year in its online form, a 5K buy-in, a $25 million guarantee. That starts this week on GGPoker. We'll have the final table for you in a couple weeks. What are your thoughts on this main event and it shifting to the online realm this year?
I mean, it's unfortunate we don't have it here in Las Vegas, but it's great that they found a replacement. There are, I believe, 22 flights, and it starts this week. So, and I think you can enter a maximum of 3 times. Correct. What I heard. I think that's going to really kind of toughen the field. I think at the end, at that final table, if I'm not there playing and I'm here covering with you, we're going to see a lot of familiar names. 5K buy-in with 3 re-entries or 3 total entries will allow a lot of the tougher players to kind of have something maybe not go their way and give it one more shot. So I think it's going to be a really tough main event final table, and if I'm not there, I'm excited to watch.
Cool. GGPoker, by the way, is giving away 8 seats in the chat to a $50 tournament coming up this weekend to the mini main, event 63. The mini main, by the way, is wrapping up tomorrow. So if you get in the chat, if you type in the chat, heads up, that seems pretty simple. Just type in heads up. I would type it in, but I'm not able to play GG in the United States of America. Then you could win a satellite ticket to the mini main event. That mini main event will wrap up tomorrow night. So we've got all the staples of the World Series of Poker, and I'm not just saying this because we're on GGPoker's channel and there's a big GGPoker logo behind us, but you've got to be pretty impressed with what GG has been able to put together for this month.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I was worried when we saw that the World Series was going to be postponed, what it would look like this summer. Would there just be no winners? When you go look at the, would it just be skipped a year? And then once this was announced, and to see what has been put together, the software is fantastic, the tournament offerings from all sizes of buy-ins, the attendance is great, the numbers are up, the coverage is awesome. I mean, the guys they have covering it are just incredible. No, I mean, this is a really, it's a different summer, but it's pretty cool. And like I've said many times, I hope this is something here to stay. Maybe not in the summer, maybe we have our World Series in the summer in Vegas, and we have a winter series on GG or online every year, but it'd be cool for this to be kind of a mainstay.
Yeah, and I had thought it was important over these last couple years to get these online events to the international field as well. And we have seen some winners from countries like Turkey and Estonia gaining their first World Series of Poker bracelet because we did branch out into the international realm for some of these bracelet events on GGPoker. All right, David, we got a minute left. You think we should make some, you think you should make, as the analyst, some predictions here. We have Adamo versus Zang. We have Peters versus McDonald, putting you on the spot. Who makes it to the finals? Who wins a World Series of Poker bracelet today?
As much as I want to see Alyssa McDonald go on, if I put me on the spot,
yeah,
it's nothing about her. It's just David Peters.
You would take David Peters against everybody.
I would take David Peters against almost everyone in the world right here. So David Peters is my pick out of that match. Not necessarily say I'm rooting for David Peters. That's just my pick. The other match, I'm going to go with Michael Adamo. I think he's running hot. He's been doing pretty well. Not that running hot matters, but I think his confidence is up there. And I think we're going to see Australia versus USA.
Right. We are a very impartial, unbiased stream, but we both maybe kind of sort of are rooting for Alyssa here. What do you think it would mean to have a woman win a heads-up championship?
I feel that women aren't represented enough in poker. The numbers are low, and I think hopefully her winning would be kind of show other women what's possible and get more women to play. I have a daughter that I want her to realize one day that there's nothing that being a woman you can't do. If you want to be a poker player, you can. My mother plays poker. She has lots of female friends who play poker. So it would be good to see, a woman win and kind of help open that door, put eyes on more women in poker.
And we saw Kristen Bicknell a little bit earlier in this series gain her third World Series of Poker bracelet. I mean, that's pretty impressive. I consider her like at the top of the game, not just on top of the, here are the best female poker players in the world.
She is a beast. I mean, I don't think anyone says that about her. It's known. She is a top-tier player.
She is a beast. Maria Ho is a beast. We could go on and on. I know Maria made the trip to Mexico, and we had to get Brent Hanks to fill in for Maria Ho, which was probably a disaster on the recap show with Ali Najad. If you leave, I'm just like, I want you to go play if you want to go play and win the main event, because that would be awesome, and I would love to see
Brent,
that for you.
if I go, is that...
But the problem with you leaving is I could be stuck with Brent Hanks next to me, which I get too much of. So I'm just saying keep that in mind. If it's a coin flip in your mind, maybe you lean staying here. But do you think you'll go? Do you think you'll travel?
It's looking more and more likely.
Okay, cool.
Things are working out. It would be, maybe I can kind of tell it in here, and they put me in, pipe me in if I'm not at the final table.
That works.
I don't know, we can figure it out.
That kind of works for me. All right, the main event is on the way. We are coming up with Final Four coverage of the 10K WSOP Heads Up Championship. We are showcasing 2 semifinals matchups at the same time. It is Michael Zang against Michael Adamo and David Peters against Alyssa McDonald. And David, I mentioned this earlier, the support for Alyssa McDonald seems really strong amongst the poker community. So let's do it. Let's get right to it so those people in the chat can cheer. It is Alyssa McDonald versus David Peters and Michael Zang versus Michael Adamo. Here we go. Off and running, as we told you earlier. We will showcase both matches here. It is Peters versus McDonald. It is Adamo versus Zang. It is Zang with pocket queens, and it is Peters with 2 pair. Get that full screen for us in the studio. That is a beautiful thing. Love the layouts of these heads-up championships.
Big flop for McDonald here. Gut shot straight flush draw.
So as you see, we've tweaked the layout of this week. I don't need to show you a leaderboard because you can see everybody's stack. We are keeping an eye on both Peters McDonald and Zang Adamo. Alyssa wins this one, starting stack at 1.92 million in chips.
Fairly standard so far. Check raised with that big draw. 5 high laid it down. Now button raise, king jack of diamonds. You're going to raise the button here every time. Peters has a fairly good hand. Interesting to see if he 3-bets it out of the big or just takes a flop, but he does 3-bet. Like I said, you're going to see a lot of 3-bets out of the big blinds from the top players here because they know the button raises pretty loose. And Alyssa lays it down. In
pretty
position.
Strong hand.
Pretty strong hand in position, pretty deep.
Let me say, we know going into this that David Peters' 3-betting range is going to be pretty wide. And King Jack suited, I would just assume, is too good of a hand.
Yeah, I mean, you're on the button. You're 400 big blinds deep.
Yeah.
I think I personally would see a flop there. But again, who am I to question any of these players that made it this far? Clearly, they have a strategy and know what they're doing.
We're keeping an eye on both of these in the Poker Go studio.
Yeah, I'm struggling.
For you as well, right. We get our eyes adjusted. So we got Peters McDonald over here. Adamo versus Zang over here. We need it full screen because we're getting old and our eyesight is so bad. So we have it. We have both matches up right next to us. Adamo takes down that pot with kings. 4,800, 9,600 blinds. So the blinds started a little bit higher than we expected them to.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I had read that it started with a 4,800 big blinds. So
right, that's what I saw in the lobby as well. Right, so they're still going to be all right. They're still going to be fine.
Interesting here, Adamo and Zang with the same hand. Adamo raises the button, 6-8 suited. Zang 3-bets from the big blind. 6-8 suited also. This is a true test of heads-up prowess, although I guess one guy has an advantage in the button, but the guy that can win with the same cards, it's usually going to be the last aggressor that takes it down. Like this flop, neither of them have anything.
220K in the pot.
I imagine the first one to pull the trigger is going to take it down. It's in Zang 3-bet out of the big blind. He has the initiative. He'll probably fire a C-bet here, and I don't really see. Oh, he did check it. Opens the door for Adamo. He's got to feel that that hits the range of Adamo's calling range when he 3-bets. This is where position is really powerful, but he checks it back.
Blank on the turn.
Now, I don't think both these players are going to get to showdown with 8 high. Someone's going to take a stab at it. Again,
same hand.
Same hand for David Peters and Alyssa McDonald.
This is the semifinals of the 10K World Series of Poker Heads Up Championship. Jeff Platt alongside David Williams. We're in the Poker Go studio. These matchups taking place on GGPoker.
They check it back again.
Check, check. 9 of diamonds on the river.
Funny run out. It's actually kind of, you gotta, unless your opponent has a hand very similar to yours, you gotta think, well, that's gotta clobber their range. They gotta have something there. But Zang decides to finally fire a bet. Instant fold from Adamo.
Takes it down. Meanwhile, it's Alyssa McDonald with 2 pair, beating David Peters. Adamo versus Zang, Peters versus McDonald. Welcome in our audience on Twitch, on YouTube, on Facebook. Say hello to us in the Twitch chat.
Both players with ace-6. Yeah. Just limps the button.
Peters just checks. Alyssa has the ace of diamonds, an all-diamond flop.
And we've got a pair and a flush draw for Zang here on the 9-7-6-2 diamonds. Monster flop.
The Zang Adamo pots will escalate much more pre-flop.
Yeah, I think both players have shown a propensity to raise and 3-bet and call those raises, where it seems like the other match is more of a small ball match.
Jack of clubs on the turn as Adamo checked back. Michael Zang looking for his first World Series of Poker bracelet. Alyssa went with the overbet with the ace-high flush.
The draw didn't pan out, so he ends up with just one of the bottom pairs. It's one of the bad parts about not getting an opportunity to kind of check raise. If you bet your opponent, it's easier for them to call. You want to be able to kind of really put pressure on them to take it down with your draw, but the 6s hold up. Adamo did not stab at it with ace-high.
Adamo fine with checking back there. Michael Zang with career live tournament earnings of almost $3.5 million. Won the 50K at Millions Razvedov for almost $1 million. And then won the 25K the next year at the same spot, the same tour. Something about Razvedov, so look out for him at World Series of Poker Europe.
Queen 10 on the button for Adamo, raise and just call from Zang with king high. Neither player connects, which is what most likely happens.
Right. Alyssa McDonald with king queen against the king 6 of David Peters. McDonald said she was feeling good about her game. bought directly in, sold off a little bit of action. If you have a sweat, let us know in the chat. If you have a piece of Alyssa.
Oh yeah, you can sell off action directly via the platform, which is pretty cool. You don't have to kind of like work out backhand Venmo deals or whatnot. It's like it's built into the software. Everybody gets paid. You put your markup. I mean, that's pretty cool. So we've got 2 straight draws here. The bottom one for Zang, a 6 would be a disaster.
The pot size bet for Peters as he turns a gut shot, gets the job done. Adamo just goes ahead and wins right here. Both matches pretty close. Adamo with a premium.
I think this is one of the beauties of 3-betting pretty wide from the big blind, that when you do have a hand like this, you're more likely to get some action. Traditional knowledge, you wouldn't really 3-bet out of the big blind with inferior holdings because you're out of position, but players have kind of loosened up.
McDonald turns a 6.
Seems like almost every button getting raised.
Yeah.
In the Adamo-Zang match. Big flop for Zang, paired and open-ended, bottom pair for Adamo. Zang seems to check a lot, trying to trap. But Adamo's doing a good job of not falling for it. As I say that, I think we're about, is he going to step into it or does he check back again?
We're familiar with Zang's trapping ability. We saw that big hand he played against Corey Brewer, setting the trap on both turn and river.
Yeah, you're noticing a lot of pre-flop action between these 2 players, but post-flop, even with fairly big hands and big draws, a lot of checking back, a lot of small ball after the flop.
Chris Brewer, not Corey Brewer. My mind is focused on the NBA playoffs coming up, so any Brewer with a C in front of him must be Corey Brewer. Chris Brewer is who Michael Zang beat to get here. Zang does take this pot down. About a minute and a half left at this level, as you see on the top left corner of both of the tables.
What was the pre-flop action here? I believe Peters must have raised with the 6 deuce.
Yeah, and I guess Alyssa just called based on the pot size with the ace queen, or Peters limped in and Alyssa raised and Peters called.
And he has turned 2 pair. She's now drawing dead. And
Let's quickly fold.
Gets away from it.
Not as easy as it looks to fold ace high in these heads-up battles at some points.
Yeah, I'm noticing Zang, when he's out of position, checks a lot post-flop, and he's pretty much betting, c-betting when he's on the button. You would expect he's going to mix that up. He knows his opponent will pick up on any kind of consistency also.
Certainly.
To keep your opponent on their toes.
12-minute levels in this one. This tournament was originally planned to start on a Sunday, and after feedback from players, Sunday we got a little too much going on. It's hard to focus on a 10K heads up.
I like that. I
like that. So GG willing to listen, willing to make some changes.
Yeah, but the day 1 was while we were covering the Millionaire Maker last Saturday.
Day 1 was last Saturday. Our winner of the Millionaire Maker, Daniel DeVoris, was in the 10K heads up, did lose in round 1. Adamo turns trips here. It's the open-ended straight draw for Michael Zang.
Would be surprised to see Zang bet here. He's checked most of his draws. I mean, on every hand we've seen so far.
Yeah.
And he checks again. Pretty small pot.
Could it escalate here as Adamo bets half pot?
1 big blind. I don't think you're going to see Zang fold for 1 big blind here. And he
does nail it on the river. The straight for Zang immediately checks.
This is going to be a tough spot because Adamo's for sure going to bet, get some value out of his trips here, and I think we're going to see a raise out of Zang, and I don't see any way Adamo can get away from it. I don't think he's going to re-raise.
Wow, and Adamo goes with a 2x over bet.
Wow.
We will not see standard sizing in this match throughout with these two. They will certainly mix it up.
Yeah, a lot of mind games going on.
Yeah.
Bet sizes, timing.
Quite a turn card in the McDonald-Peters match, too. Peters had flop top pair. McDonald turned a set of fives.
I think the 4 of hearts in the river is going to slow it down a little bit. I think we likely see just a check call from Peters. Huge check raise from Zang, 231,000. I don't see any way Michael Adamo can get away from it. Maybe he can. But it's a pretty tough spot. The thing that might save him is his kicker is pretty bad with his trips, and if his opponent has trips, he can't even beat that. There's straights. I mean, the only thing your opponent could be doing this with that you can beat is a bluff. What does opponent bluff like this? Is he going to raise anything for value that you beat? Probably not. Now that I talk it out more, I guess I can find a way. It's not easy to hold trips, but...
Adamo into his time bank.
Would be a pretty impressive fold if he does get away from it. It's not one I think I could make. Good. Is it 2 pair for Alyssa with aces and 5s?
It is. It's kings for Peters.
And he pays it off.
Alyssa McDonald takes the early lead there.
I think Adamo might find a fold here.
He might.
And
he does. I mean, that's why Adamo is one of the top players in the game. We have seen many incredible folds from him in some of these broadcasts that we've done here with either the Australian Poker Open that he won or some of the super high roller events that he was playing online.
I wonder, what's the delay here? I wonder how long till he finds out he made a great fold.
About 30 minutes.
So I'm sure one of his buddies will let him know.
These guys are watching for sure.
30 minutes later, he'll find out.
Zang says, I was expecting a jam, to be honest. Hits him with the come on.
9-10 raises the button. Zang with ace queen.
Blinds have gone up. 6,400, 12,800 blinds. You don't see that level every day.
I like that you can view your stack sizes, everything in relation to big blinds. You can there's an option for that, which is pretty cool. Pretty large 3-bet from the big blind with ace queen.
Adamo calls and does flop a 9 and a backdoor straight draw. Zang has a couple backdoor draws.
And McDonald has opened up a nice little lead, 2 million to 1.8. Pocket 7s raises the button. Again, the size of the pots in that match versus this one, quite the contrast.
Yeah.
It's interesting to see.
To your point, definitely small ball in Peters, McDonald.
Whereas these players are getting it in there. Half a million almost.
446K in this pot.
One guy with 9-10 off in second pair, and one guy with ace queen with no pair. It's the beauty of heads up.
Zang checks on the turn. Peters and McDonald pick up a couple good ones. Another 9 on the river for Adamo. Is a third spade. Zang has the ace of spades.
I don't think we're going to see Zang turn his hand into a bluff. Especially with that card on the river.
Mm-hmm.
But he does.
They bet super small. That blocker sizing 10% pot, which I saw these high rollers do a lot last week in this heads-up championship, that this was their sizing for when they wanted to go small. It's always 10% pot.
Was it usually a bluff? Was it value?
It was usually, third pair, fourth pair. But once it was a huge hand, and it induced a raise perfectly. So I'm sure they stay balanced with these, just like they're staying balanced throughout.
I wonder if Zang is going to talk himself in. I think we're obviously going to see a raise here. I wonder if he's going to kind of talk himself, and did he induce that with the small bet? Is his ace queen maybe good? I mean, I don't think we'll see that, but this is some high level kind of gamesmanship, and you could see something like that play out here.
Adamo just rips here. Just says absolutely all of it.
Wow. And the fact that he doesn't snap fold shows what the level they're on.
Yeah, yeah, great
stuff. It's not really even about it's like, would he do this if he has air? You know, it did complete the flush.
Yeah.
So it's, you know, what air does he have? He could maybe have queen 10, king queen, one of those kind of hands you could beat. He does have the ace of spades, which could kind of help convince him to make the call also.
Yeah.
I'd be surprised.
Or to make the fold, it works both ways if he thinks Adamo does that as a bluff with the ace of spades. I mean, he is into the time bank.
Credit to Adamo for really
Yeah.
putting him to the test here, but with a bluffy looking shove that could wrap it up if he gets called. I mean, it wouldn't be over, but Zang would be pretty short.
Zang gives him the not sure emoji.
This is kind of the thing too, you know, if you call and you're right here with ace queen,
Yeah.
you know, you win it, but it's just like now you can really flex. Like, look at the call I made to win this tournament. Not that that plays into it, but it would be pretty
cool.
Pretty legendary stuff, right?
Yeah.
Pretty legendary to just knock out Adamo calling with ace high and having it be right.
100 big blind shove on the river with ace high. Zang does indeed lay it down. It is Michael Adamo looking for his third World Series of Poker bracelets. Has plenty of signature wins on his resume, including a win at the Australian Poker Open main event. Take a look.
All in.
There it is, the shove, the snap call from Van Barkum with the 7, and here we go. And he finds a club on the turn.
Yeah, that ran very good.
Yeah.
And for the first time, an Aussie gets it done at the Australian Poker Open. Michael Adamo wins the main event.
Yeah.
That was Adamo beating Aaron Van Barkum heads up for the title. So the guy is just used to playing in big spots. It's that simple.
Yeah, and after that pot, they're about even. And now we come here, pick up on the turn. He's got top pair and an open-ended against Zang's bottom pair. Also a straight draw, not one you want to have.
Right, not one you want to hit.
That deuce. And McDonald over here just chipping away at David Peters.
Up to about 2.2 million.
All the big pots at this table, and the players are about even. Oof.
The deuce comes on the river, a straight for both. Adamo straight being the best one. Ooh, that's ugly if you are Michael Zang. You don't realize it yet, you will soon. That's 111K.
And we're going to obviously see a raise here. And it's going to be one of those spots, too, where Zang is like, is he trying to raise me off of a chop? Like, does he have an ace also? You know, sixes aren't likely, but I mean, it's possible. It's going to be interesting. I think it's key about the sizing. I think too large, you might scare your opponent off here, but what about enough to where they do pay you off with the ace?
The raise is to 367,000. You like that?
I love it.
Yeah.
I love it. It's one of those spots where if you're Zang and you're like, well, is he just doing this with an ace and I'm going to call, we're going to chop. You know, you're not calling. Like if you shove it all in, you're like, am I really calling $1.5 million to get half of 148 back? Like, no, but I think it's enough to where curiosity might get him to call here. He's like, I likely have the best hand, probably chopping at worst. And he pays it off and sees the bad news.
Does indeed. An 882K pot headed in the direction of Michael Adamo.
Another pot for McDonald.
Wins another small one. Like you said, chipping away at David Peters. Alyssa flops a pair of 10s. Peters with ace high. Backdoor flush draw.
Adamo really having everything work out for him. Gets 3 bets, ace king out of the blind, takes it down.
Building that lead against Zang. Peters turns the open ender here. But it is Jackson 10s for McDonald. That is best. She bets half pot. David Peters looking for his second bracelet. If McDonald won today, it would be her first. Peters lays it down. Alyssa McDonald, about 2.2 million in chips. See that the blinds are about to go up. Poker streamer out of Canada, used to study art. This is her 3rd cash of this World Series of Poker.
What are the other 2 events? Do we know?
Yes, she cashed in the 1K Bounty PLO and also in the $150 GG Masters WSOP edition.
I like a little PLO cash.
Yeah, it's your style, speaking your language. You can follow her on Twitch at xAlyssa, ALYSSA. She tells us she's really trying to grow her community, and being on this platform and a huge event has really helped with that. And she is so fortunate for it. When she's not playing poker, or sometimes when she is playing lower volume, she loves playing her current favorite game, League of Legends. It's very fun and addictive and highly competitive, which is in my nature and can often be more tilting than poker.
I feel you
You play plenty of other games as well.
Absolutely, yeah. I've played a little bit of League of Legends, not that great at it, but I definitely feel you there on the other games being more tilting than poker.
Alyssa raising it up here. Peters defending with the 8-5. As Jeff G says in the Twitch chat, Alyssa is also a PLO 8 beast. She's always at PLO 8 final tables. Her artwork is amazing. A lot of love for Alyssa in the chat.
Peters hits basically the 3-outer on the turn. Blank on the river. Snap call, ace high.
Peters gets paid off there. Adamo raising it up on the button with the ace king of diamonds. Zang ends with the queen 9, 8, 5, 3, 1 diamond.
I believe there's in the heads-up blind structure, there's no ante, right?
Correct.
Which is nice because it's pointless.
Right,
I always felt that when a normal tournament gets to heads-up, they should just remove the ante because it's effectively a higher big blind. So it's nice to see it's not there.
And it's just more work for everybody involved in a live tournament. Blinds have gone up to 8K, 16K. So again, everybody plenty deep. Ace queen for David Peters, who wins. Ace queen for Michael Adamo, who
just a limp with ace queen, mixing it up.
Yep.
Almost a 1 million chip lead, almost.
Zang will check. Michael Zang looking for his first bracelet. Out of the United Kingdom, Michael Adamo looking for bracelet number 3. From Australia, he has the Canadian flag. That's just because he registered his GG account in Canada.
I wonder if he's there or if he's in Australia right now.
Good question. I think he has to be out of Australia. I think Australia is
one of the countries that can't play on GG.
Adamo raise here with the 6-3 of spades.
We were the only country like that.
No. Can't wait for that day, though.
Can you imagine? It's going to be glorious if it comes. Large 3-bet from the big blind with king queen. I don't think we're going to see Adamo continue with the 3-6, but he does.
Oh wow! It comes king 3-3
against top pair. You can't expect your opponent to show up with a 3 in a pot with 3-bet large. The 3 is usually not in their range. So you're really only worried about better kickers on a king, which you probably would have got 4-bet with, or aces. So you've got to think king queen is the best hand here for sure.
The dream spot for Adamo.
You're not worried about ace king, king 3, pocket kings, any 3 really. If Zang bets here and gets raised, his opponent's most likely holding is probably some sort of flush draw, combo draw. This is a dangerous, dangerous spot.
Zang will fire 288K with 887K behind.
If you're Adamo, this is a good spot, I think, to move in. Again, because you could represent a draw. You kind of trick your opponent if they do hold a king, but he doesn't. He opts to just call.
More than 1 million now in the pot.
I don't think there's any way this hand ends without Adamo shoving the river. Whether it's a raise, or his opponent already shoved in front of him, or it's just his bet.
Zang will be the one who shoves. Adamo calls, and this match is over.
Wow. GG.
GG's all around. Michael Adamo has advanced to the finals of the 10K World Series of Poker Heads Up Championship. Adamo beating Zang in the semifinals. How about that final hand?
Cooler. I mean, like I say, when you 3-bet large, right? He raised the button to 40, you 3-bet to 160, and your opponent calls, you really don't think their range includes a 3 in it. So, pretty gross flop, gross situation, but that's the nature of heads up. A lot of things like that happen.
That is indeed. It is Michael Zang, who we will say out in 4th place for $124,160. Adamo has earned at least an additional $99,000, and soon, in fact, later today, he will be heads up for a World Series of Poker bracelet against the winner of the David Peters Alyssa McDonald match. Now, that match could take a little bit longer based on what we've seen from them so far.
Yeah, I mean, it seemed like that's why we were kind of focused on the match we saw, because there were fireworks. We knew that was more likely to happen than this match. In this match, as we see, they're just kind of jousting back and forth. The stacks are relatively close still. They're playing small ball, although there's 640,000 chips in this pot.
Sure.
Alyssa McDonald with ace-queen, picks off David Peters' bluff.
So we go right back to the action. McDonald versus Peters in the semifinals of the 10K World Series of Poker Heads Up Championship. Is Alyssa McDonald with about 2.4 million, Peters with about 1.4. Alyssa mixing it up now with the 3-bets, 3-betting with the 3-5 of clubs.
Yeah, it's good to see adaptation. You know, we didn't see that earlier, so now it's time to start changing and mixing it up. You have an opponent like David Peters, they're going to pick up on any kind of tendencies you have, things you're doing. So yeah, you want to keep him on his toes.
Alyssa flops a flush draw.
In preparation for this event, I was actually talking with Prahlad Friedman this morning.
Oh yeah,
pretty one of the legends of the online poker game. Played a lot of heads-up poker too, and we were just talking about heads-up strategy because it's not something I would say I have a lot of experience with, especially online. So, you know, one of the things we were talking about is people's tendencies now to 3-betting out of the big blind so loosely. I wonder if the next step is to just start 4-betting those people.
Yeah, maybe.
Then your stacks are just so
maybe
shallow.
Maybe we go back as this game is constantly evolving, and I do feel like, I don't know, maybe 5 or 6 years ago, was it raised 3-bet, 4-bet, 5-bet? Maybe we start to move back into that direction.
It ebbs and flows, absolutely. Alyssa had a straight draw, missed. David fires out top pair and just takes it down.
8K, 16K blinds for another 3 minutes or so. Alyssa with more than 150 bigs.
Good flop for Peters.
Alyssa check calls. Another deuce on the turn.
We saw her call with ace high a few hands ago. So she's shown she's not afraid to make that call and try to pick off an opponent's bluff. Good check back from Peters.
Yeah. 4 on the river. Now does Peters hunt for a little bit of value?
I don't think we're going to see him dog it. I think we might see. Couple big blinds.
Okay, quick fold from Alyssa.
I like that. I feel like it's less likely your opponent was betting a missed draw on a 7-5 deuce board. A little easier to get away from. As expected, neither player flops anything.
Donald betting.
I don't think he's going to give up ace high for one big blind.
He does check call. Alyssa quickly checks back on the turn.
I think he knows if she's going to quickly check back a lot of turns, and he can call those flops a lot because he's going to get free turns and free rivers. If your opponent shows that they continually bet the turn also, then it's a lot harder to make that flop call.
If you're just joining us, this is the $10,000 World Series of Poker Heads-Up Championship. Our final semifinals match between David Peters and Alyssa McDonald. Michael Adamo has already advanced to the finals after defeating Michael Zang in about 30 minutes.
And if you notice that one hand, she checked back on the button with 6 high. She gave up, didn't want to try to bluff that pot. Takes a lot of discipline to do that. I don't think I can ever surrender.
Right.
It checks to me.
You're on the other end.
I can't win. I'm going to try to find a way to bet it, which is probably a huge flaw in my game.
Don't like to give up.
No freebies here. What is it? The check's in the mail. That's what
right.
King high for Peters, checks it. A little stab from Alyssa. Yeah, I don't see how you can continue with king high here unless you want to just turn it into a bluff and raise your opponent.
Blind's going up. The small blind is 9,600. The big blind is 19,200.
So there are 200 big blinds in play.
Peters raising it up with the king-queen. Alyssa defending. Flops a pair of fives, but it's top pair for Peters.
Deuce.
126K in the pot.
Deuce of spades likely to slow down the players. Wow.
How about a 7 on the river? 7s and 5s for Alyssa McDonald.
I love how quickly she acts.
Yeah.
I like that. Just a quick lead out. She was ready to go.
Leads half pot. Peters calls quickly. He'll see the bad news.
Chip lead increases.
Excellent river card for Alyssa McDonald, who's up to 2.5 million in chips.
The worst hand in poker on the button, still raising.
Still going to come after it, like it.
Right now, I guess that shows she's raising 100% of the buttons.
Yep. Case in point, Peters defends and flops trips as Alyssa flops a deuce. Backdoor flush draw. She'll fire quarter pot, which seems to be the standard sizing for flop bets in this matchup.
Raising a quick call.
Snap call on the check raise. Jack of clubs on the turn.
Yeah, you don't suspect your opponent raising trips there. Most likely they have some kind of draw. They're just bluffing, so I think that's why we saw the snap call with the deuce there. It's like, if he has an 8, why is he raising me now?
Peter's betting 169K. Here's a raise from Alyssa with the deuces. Pretty small raise.
Yeah, I think this is just one of those kind of establish where you are, feeler raises. You know, you're going to take it down a lot, but if you do get any resistance or even just called, you can pretty much know that your deuce is no good.
4 of clubs on the river, almost $1 million in the middle. Peters with 851K behind.
Don't think we're likely to see Alyssa put another chip in this pot. I could be wrong, but I don't think so. Ooh. Checks it back.
Just go check, check.
She realized, nope, he called this raise on that turn. He's probably got a large hand.
There it is for David Peters looking for bracelet number 2. Another signature win on his resume. That would be the 2019 US Poker Open. Take a look.
All in.
Oh, he's getting called by Peters as he ripped. And we will spin the wheel.
Yeah.
Boy, he had rallied, narrowed the gap.
You do the same? You do the same, 30 big?
Yeah. Really felt like Chris was in a good groove, good flow, and chose to limp rip and essentially may have trapped himself here. 2 9s. Will they hold on the flop? They will. Jack, Jack 10. And now, Chris Uni. Fishing for an ace or a 10.
That card.
Picks up a couple of outs on the turn, can hit the 8 as well now. Needs to counterfeit or better the 9s.
US Poker Open champion.
Ah, there it is. As Uni built the drama for us. 6 of diamonds on the end, and like that, David Peters.
Third and a second, so I guess I'll just win the next one. Huh?
Mission accomplished.
I feel like Big Hooney was much more emotional than David Peters, and Peters won.
I mean, my favorite part of that was the stone cold. Big Hooney goes, would you have done the same? No. He doesn't sugarcoat it. He doesn't just, no.
I love it.
It's yeah. Oh, wow, David Peters is taking the lead
meanwhile,
back.
as Peters did turn a full house on a Jack 9-5-5 with 9-5 against Alyssa's pocket 8s. Played a pretty big pot there, and just like that, we're just about back to even. Michael Adamo awaits the winner of these two in the finals of the 10K Heads Up Championship.
Very different style than these players, as we saw in the last match. It's actually a more similar style, it seemed, to his opponent, him and Zang, but neither were afraid to mix it up.
Small ball here. Both with about 100 bigs. David Peters beat Johan Gilbert, Sammy Calipuro, Scott Wood, Sergei Rushak, and Stefan Burikov. On his way to the semifinals, Alyssa McDonald went through Bruno Bataillon, Mark Radoja, former champion in this event, Viktor Kudinov, AJ Chabra, and Bellarmino de Souza. McDonald's matches in the round of 32 and 16 were the longest at that point in the tournament, and McDonald rivers a straight here while Peters rivers a pair of 6s.
We'll likely see, I was going to say, a small bet for value from Peters, a little raise here from Alyssa, depending on the sizing, and I think Peters will just get away from it here.
Makes it 120K.
And he wisely lays it down.
Donald takes down that pot, regains a slight chip lead. Good fold from Peters with the 6s.
Peter's folding buttons. We haven't seen that from Alyssa.
Alyssa limping in on the button. We haven't seen much of that either. Peters will raise big with the king-queen and take it down.
Notice the raise sizes out of the big blind have been fairly large, not like your standard 2, 2.5, 3. They've been really big raises.
Ooh, both flop top pair here. The gut shot for Alyssa as well with the backdoor flush draw. Peters with the better kicker with his 6s at the moment. Turn is the queen of diamonds.
Wonder if he's going to be able to get 3 streets out of this. The queen shouldn't change much.
Peters bets 100K. Alyssa snap calls another 6. The K6 on the river. Trips for both with 330K in this pot.
It did bring a backdoor flush draw. I don't think that's going to matter too much. I mean, I think Peters is still going to bet for value, and I think, Alyssa, there's no way you can fold this hand for the amount that Peters will bet here. It's not like he's going to shove. Yeah, a little less than pot.
63,000, just a snap call from Alyssa. Here comes David Peters.
Pretty gross cooler.
Peters has taken his biggest lead of this semifinals round. Wild rivers early.
I love her pace of play.
Yeah, it's refreshing, isn't it?
It is.
Takes that pot down there, picks up a premium here, but...
You know, you lose a big pot, pick up a couple premiums back to back, get you feeling all right. 2 10s, ace king suited. Huge 3-bet. Our opponent only had 7 high, though.
1,000.
No action.
About 3 minutes left in this blind level. 12-minute levels for the 10K heads-up championship in the semifinals and in the finals as well.
Button limp, both players check. She turns trips. Peters quickly gives it up.
This is David Peters' 5th cash of the 2020 World Series. His deepest run was 59th in the $2,500 6 max. Flops deuces here. Gut shot for Alyssa.
Gut shot would give Peters 2 pair also.
Alyssa leads half pot on the turn. Jack ball on the river for Alyssa.
Yeah, when you're Peters and you check back that bottom pair and the turn comes a 3, you pretty much have to call the turn. You did induce your opponent to bet there, which he was ahead, but not anymore.
We'll just check back the deuces. Alyssa McDonald has won a couple pots. King Jack here.
Big turn for DP.
10's full.
Checks it again. Alyssa with a tiny bet, 1/4 pot. We're going to see a raise here, or is he going to just call and give her some more rope on the river? No, he just
will raise. Alyssa calls.
He's really hoping his opponent had a straight or a flush draw here.
211K in the pot.
Yeah, we're not going to see a call there with King High.
$300 Monster Stack 6 Max event today on GG, another WSOP Bracelet event. Almost 3,500 entries. They're down to 74 players left, and GGPoker ambassador Daniel Negreanu
is Kid
still
Poker in there?
Of course, he is still in. Just deep run after deep run after deep run.
42nd place coming up. Kid Poker.
Right. We'll keep you posted on that. He's just not been able to win the big pots late when it matters.
Wow.
It really matters, I should say.
Alyssa McDonald check raises the flop, and David Peters calls her with 10 high.
This is interesting as Peters turns the gut shot.
The problem with the hand, though, is now if your opponent bets the turn here, if you have 2 5s, it's pretty hard to call. That's the problem with that check raise. It inflates the pot out of position with a hand that's pretty weak relative to the board, so it's hard to continue and play. I get it, you want to just take it down there, but once you get called, it's hard to keep going. Ooh. Big
Sevens
flop
in
for
the
Peters.
open ender for Peters. So with the gut shot and ace high.
And Peters doesn't want to see a 10.
12.8K, 25.6K blinds, and there is the 10 on the river. A straight for both, and a better straight for Alyssa McDonald. This feels like deja vu.
Right, we've seen this before.
Yeah. Peters leading for 81K.
Interesting just call there. I mean, I get it. It's not what are your opponents going to call you with if you raise, but you do have the second nuts. The only hand that beats you is queen jack there. I think I
could get a D6 to call like Peters had there.
Obviously, I think Peters is good enough to get away from it, especially if you bet large. But I mean, maybe just a little small raise there for value. You might get some more chips out of him.
Alyssa leads here. It's Peters with kings and a flush draw. Whistle slow down. Good question by Coward in the Twitch chat who's waiting in the final. That would be Michael Adamo. He beat Michael Zang in our other semifinals matchup.
Took a stab, got called, and decided to give it up wisely. Drawing dead, I believe, on the turn there. 2 9s.
Raise button. Peters defends with a pretty one heads up, not so pretty anymore. Alyssa checks back the 9s on the 10-6-3 flop.
Small bet.
Alyssa bets, takes it down. You think Alyssa McDonald is enjoying this moment? Let's take a look at what she tweeted when she made the semifinals of this event. Nerves are finally starting to settle in. Heat is returning back to my body to be able to say we made it into the final 4 in the 10K heads up on GG. I'm still speechless. This has got to be an insane dream. I'll surely wake up from soon. Wow, just wow.
Did she stream the progress in this tournament?
She did not. She did not. I was taking a look on my Twitch stream, and everybody in the chat was going nuts for her, and she would drop by after she would win a match. Straight for both here.
Both players
Just check
chop it up.
Chop it up indeed. Alyssa McDonald looking to become the first woman to win a WSOP heads-up championship. She has ace-king here. Peters with the jack-10. Comes king 9-7. There's top pair for Alyssa and the two-way straight draw for Peters.
She's been fairly consistent with that raise size and then c-betting on the button here. So Peters might check raise with his big draw to just try and take it down because he knows she does that with a lot of hands.
That's exactly what he does. He makes it 102K. Alyssa calls 7 of spades on the turn. Peters does have the 10 of spades. Kings and 7s for Alyssa are best. Peters leads 1/3 pot. Snap call from Alyssa. 512K in the pot.
Now this is an interesting spot. Is he going to just wave the white flag and check it, or is he going to try and muscle his way to the chips? Snap call gives away a little bit, you'd think.
Yeah.
He decides to give it up.
To give it up.
we know that it doesn't matter what Alyssa does here, she's going to win this pot. But
She chooses half pot.
although, yeah, I could be wrong. Maybe he check raises. I
This
mean,
is David Peters.
I didn't expect it. But
He does lay it down. You never know.
yeah, I mean, that would have been a sick check raise. I don't know if it works or not. It probably does. Because what else could he have? But again, people can't do that with Jack-10 high there, so that's why you can lay it down.
Raises here. Alyssa defends with the ace-10 of clubs.
Yeah, if you're just going to call with ace-10 suited here, and the flop is Jack or 2-3-4, you've got to check call. You can't give it up that easily either. One of the reasons you kept the pot small was so you could easily navigate to the river easier.
Nine on the river. Alyssa's ace high is best with about 169K in the pot.
If she takes this pot down, which it looks like she will, the stacks are basically even.
Yeah. All right, so that will send our players off to a break. We'll take a quick break as well. But before we do, David, your thoughts on this matchup? They're both still plenty deep. It's been a bit of a roller coaster ride, but still seems like it's anybody's game.
Yeah, I mean, they both have different styles, but they've adapted. You've seen, mixing it up. It's anyone's game.
All right, quick break for us. When we come back, we will continue with the semifinals of the 10K Heads Up Championship. It's David Peters versus Alyssa McDonald for the shot to take on Michael Adamo in the final. Stay with us. Alrighty, and with that, we are back. Welcome back to the semifinals of the 10K WSOP Heads Up Championship on GG. It is David Peters taking on Alyssa McDonald for the right to play Michael Adamo in the finals. Jeff Platt alongside David Williams. We're at the Poker Go studio in Las Vegas, Nevada. David, a bit of a roller coaster ride so far. Still anybody's game.
And what does that say? The blinds are 12,825.
Yes, and 25.6K. Yeah,
25.6.
Some awkward blind levels.
I love it. I love it.
It's queens for Peters here.
So we've got less than 100 big blinds average per player.
Yes. Peters takes that one down. Starting stack was 1.92 million. So they are just about even. Michael Zang versus Michael Adamo lasted about 25, 30 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, a massive cooler, really, for Michael Zang.
But they were playing pretty huge pots. We would have run into that sooner rather than later, it seemed.
Yeah, that's one of the risks when you play pots that huge. Yeah. It's not going to take much for the kind of the dynamite to explode.
Alyssa limps button again. Mostly we've seen her raise. Peters raises, takes that one down. Peters with ace jack again.
I don't think we've seen a lot of 3-bets from the big blind from Alyssa. Huge flop for Peters.
Fire small, Alyssa will call. 4 on the turn.
Picks up a straight draw. King high could be good.
Peters bets 135,000.
Check raise.
Check raise from Alyssa after she picked up the gut shot on the turn.
Saw almost this exact sizing before. I'm trying to remember the hand.
Yeah.
And Peters called, and then she gave it up once he called.
With the 7 deuce?
Yeah, with the 7 deuce on 8-8 deuce turn jack of clubs.
Yes. Peters calls. The river is an 882,000 in the pot, and Alyssa just going to give it up here.
Yeah, she, again, doesn't, she's done with it.
Right.
He's shown that he's willing to call that check raise. All right, I'm not going to compound this into a bigger pot. I'm just going to let it go. The only problem with that strategy is if Peters picks up on that you make this kind of almost min check raise and then wave the flag, he can abuse that. So you've got to make sure you do that a little bit when you have it too.
Will not take David Peters long to pick up on any tendencies. With some limps on the button again. Jack 5 against ace 5. Does turn a jack. For the first hour, we mostly saw Alyssa raising on the button. Very, very small sample size, obviously, but we've seen her just limp both hands here since they've come back from break.
Yeah, I mean, I like that too, and you got to limp a lot more, especially as the stacks to blind ratio gets smaller.
Yeah,
keep the pot smaller.
Alyssa will look for a little bit of value with the jack.
And I think she maybe recognized Peters was 3-betting a lot out of the big blind, so if you're raising a lot of buttons and getting 3-bet out of the big blind, if you don't want to give it up, another way to combat that is just to limp, keep the pots a little smaller, and still maintain position.
Peters folds the ace high there. Good laydown. Picks up the ace 5 of hearts.
It's had some hands since we've come back.
Yeah,
ace jack,
it really
ace
has.
Jack, yeah.
David Peters looking for his second World Series of Poker bracelet. This is his 48th WSOP cash.
And we get a button raise.
He's made 10 World Series final tables. Do we include the final 4 in the heads up as a final table?
It's been debatable.
Okay.
I believe personally like a final 8 would be your final table.
Yeah, that's fair.
It's 8 people.
Right.
But then again, the field is a lot smaller.
Sure.
It's 128, so 8 out of 128. Not to say it's not a good accomplishment, but it's a lot different than say 8 out of 3,000 or whatever it was, 12,000. So
we can settle on 4, right?
Yeah, 4. I like 4.
Make it official right now. Final 4 of a heads up tournament.
What they used to say in the event in Vegas was it was the final 4 because they would have 2 matches simultaneously on one actual poker table.
Right.
Like this table here, there'd be
Right.
2 heads up here and 2 there. So well, it's the final
the
table.
final
It's
table,
4
yeah.
people. Then the guys who got top 2 would be like, no, it's the final table because it's just the 2 of us. And then the guys who are in the final 8. So it just depends on where you are, what you want to call it. I don't think there's any actual, official.
We haven't had a ruling yet.
Yeah, I don't know.
Bring Jack in here for a quick ruling. Whether this is a WSOP final table. It's Alyssa with queens and 6s.
I think all these tables should have to zoom in. Jack and Jack should have to sit
Jack
there
should
on
be
Zoom
there,
and watch.
just in case we need a ruling here in town. Jack was in the studio over the last couple weeks with some bracelet ceremonies to our WSOP.com bracelet event winners here in the States. Blinds going up, 16K, 32K.
They're getting up there, pocket 9s in the big blind.
Alyssa a little less than 50 bigs to start this hand. Peter's around the 70 to 75 bigs mark.
Ooh, I like it. I like it. Nice 3-bet out of the blind. 2 9s. Takes it down.
12-minute levels in the semifinals. Both of these players guaranteed $124,160. About a 100K pay jump if you can make it into the finals.
Just $100,000 ante match.
$100,000. That's like high stakes duel. That's what Esfandiari and Helmuth played for. Except here you just had to put up 10K. Another win for Alyssa. Spades for both. Peter's raising with the 9-10 of spades. Alyssa will defend. No spades on this flop.
Peter's the C-bet. 1 big blind.
Which has been the standard size for a C-bet. Nines for Alyssa here. Gut shot for Peters, which is now an open-ender.
Both players checks. The pot's pretty small. Don't think either of them are getting away from it on the turn here. Whether he check calls or he leads and she calls. Oh, she gives it up. Because she decided if I call here, what am I going to do on a river? A lot of rivers, the only
No, you'll face pressure from...
she loves like a 4 or a 9. Other than that, you're going to face more pressure. I like it.
Kings for Peters here. Solo in the chat says if Alyssa ships this tournament, poker will gain popularity amongst women, right? Believe that. She would become the first woman to win a WSOP Heads Up Championship.
I believe the year Kenny Tran won, I think Vanessa Selbst was in the Final 4. That was my Lyle Berman nightmare year.
Okay. If you missed that earlier, David was discussing it as it's Jackson 4s for
aces
Peters.
Against top pair. Ooh, full house for both. We could see some fireworks here.
Absolutely could, with 4s full for Peters, but 4s full of aces for Alyssa. Just 64K in the pot for now. That will escalate. It's Peters betting 48K. Alyssa just calling.
Calls. I love it. I love it.
Setting the trap.
Bigger pocket pairs, the case 4, pocket 7s. That's pretty much it. If you're David Peters, and none of those hands you're really too worried about.
Peters thinks he's overbetting for value here.
Let's just see a shove from Alyssa here. That would be monstrous, but just calls. Because she didn't want to risk it in case her opponent had a 4. Felt like he might not call with too big of a range. So it's, play it safe.
Yeah, seen that a couple times from Alyssa throughout the course of this match, taking the safe / a small ball approach.
It's easier for us because we can see both cards.
True, right? We're like, get the max value from the jack.
When you're sitting there, you're like, well, I shoved, and
he just
has a 4, and it's just like, what was I doing? So yeah, it's a lot easier to say when we can see the whole cards.
True. Peters still with the lead. We were reminiscing earlier about David Williams' heads-up match against Lyle Berman, and just
what year was that?
To call it a long match would be the understatement of the century.
I mean, I really think it's a record.
Yeah.
I mean, they said we went to almost 6 hours. The round of 8 started and had matches completing before we were done in the round of 16.
So did he tank for a while or what?
It was just everything.
Okay.
I mean, in addition to his age, he had to use the restroom a lot more.
That's
so
fine,
we took a lot of bathroom breaks.
Yeah.
What the kicker of it all is not only was our match approaching 6 hours, but when we finished, he had to play Alec Torelli, and that match hit the 4-hour mark. It finished at almost 5 in the morning. I know I went home upset, messed around, maybe even went out with some friends, looked on my phone and saw they were still going at 4 in the morning, and I was like, yep.
Makes sense.
Poor Lyle got punished. You know, this guy had to play me and Alec back to back for almost 10 hours.
So you weren't quite sticking around to watch that match. You had left the Rio in record time when that was over.
I might have had the car running as soon as that river card hit and it was out.
See ya.
I'll never forget that match.
Saw at a previous World Series of Poker Championship, you beat a relatively unknown Brit at the time, a man by the name of Stephen Chidwick.
Yeah, we were looking up the coverage of that event, and like I think in round 1 it was like, you know, the star David Williams is playing an unknown live pro Stephen Chidwick trying to make his mark in the live world, and it was kind of funny to read that and to see, you know, he's probably the best, if not one of the best. I mean, one of the best, if not the best right now.
Yeah.
The guy's just incredible. And to see, I totally forgot about that. I'm like, this little kid. I was like, who's this kid? And I kind of got lucky against him. You know, got lucky against him, and now he's just up there.
He was probably mixing in like 4x over bets. You know, what is this?
I actually was familiar with him at that time because I played a lot online, and he was a legend online.
Right.
Even at an early age. So I knew who he was. Was
a lengthy amount of run bad for Chidwick at the World Series of Poker. Broke through last year, winning the 25K PLO title. That's one of the most prestigious events, I feel like, of the series.
Yeah, that's probably my favorite event of the summer.
Okay, the 25K PLO.
That or the 10K. I like the 10K because I think the 25K usually has re-entries and the 10K is usually a freeze out. And I kind of love the freeze out format.
Yeah, the 10K is PLO's version of the main event.
Yeah. Alyssa with top pair just checks. Check calls Peter's bluff. And just leads. Haven't seen this line. Check calls and then just leads the 6 on the turn. I like it. It's very confusing, right? If I'm Peter's, I don't even know what that means. Did she pair the 6? Did she pick up a flush draw? Like, what does that mean? Unfortunately for her, he only has 10 high, so it's easy. You know, I'm just going to give this up. See if I can pick up something later and figure it out.
We know that Daniel Negreanu was running deep in the Monster Stack Bracelet event that started early this morning with almost 3,500 entries. Negreanu busted in 64th, so another deep run for him. Gets it in with King Queen against Jacks and does not win. So it's like, on the one hand, if you strictly look at number of caches, number of semi-deep runs, it's been an amazing summer for Negreanu. On the other hand,
as a competitor, that's not good enough.
Right.
Last week we talked about the 100K bet against Daniel Dvorak.
Yes.
I think I saw a tweet that it turns out he didn't have a bet against Daniel Dvorak.
Unbelievable.
How do you not know who you bet 100,000 with?
So we had our pregame show interview with Daniel Negreanu. We talked about that 100K bracelet bet that he has with Connor Drynan, with Ali Shurovich, and supposedly was with Daniel Dvorak as well. So Negreanu said, yeah, I got to sweat it. He loses, you know, Dvorak wins the bracelet, and then Negreanu's like, by the way, check the notes, actually didn't have 100K.
You think Dvorak, who tweeted a picture of the bet like an emoji, would be like, what are you talking about? I don't have a bet with you.
I guess Dvorak just thought he messed with him for a little bit.
Or, hey, if a guy wants to give me 100K.
Oh, right.
I don't think, he seemed like a very honorable guy.
I don't think he did.
He seemed like a very honorable guy. Queen 9, raise the button. 2 3s for Peters. It's one of those spots where it's pretty hard to play. I mean, one blind is a lot easier to call. Now you pick up a straight draw, but you know there's going to be overcards no matter what. So 3s are a tough hand to play here out of position.
$192K in this pot. They'll just go check, check. About 3 minutes left in this level. When this match ends, we'll start the finals pretty much immediately. You know, 30 seconds to a minute after this match is over.
One of the benefits of finishing first, right, Adamo?
Yeah, that's right.
Take a break, relax, maybe fire up this match.
Yeah, watch the coverage,
see how these guys are playing.
Live. Yeah. We are on about a 30-minute delay, so we can show you cards up coverage.
eights, takes it down. Small ball continues. All that's going to happen is then the blinds are going to get higher, the stacks are going to get shallower, and the action will kind of be forced.
It's Alyssa with the threes this time.
I like it.
And 3 bets to 224K. To
like
your
it.
point, they don't play that well post flop.
Right, you just take the initiative,
Yeah.
maybe win it right here. If not, you know, instead of having to call your opponent and play the guessing game, you get to lead the flop.
Peters will
Make
call.
your opponent
King
have to
eight
guess. And if she were to lead fairly large here, I believe she just takes it down. By checking, you do keep the pot kind of small, but you've already inflated it, and now what do you do here?
Yeah.
What do you have to go off of if your opponent does make a bet here on the flop? There's always going to be overcards. You've either got to hope your opponent lets you get to a showdown cheaply, or that you get a fortunate run out.
Oh, baby, 9 on the river, or 10 on the river, excuse me, giving Peters 9-7 the straight.
I don't think we'll see a call on
Yeah.
the river. I think the 3-bet pre-flop was more turning the hand into a bluff, just trying to win it here. Once she got called, she tightened her opponent's range, assumes it likely hits this board, probably gives it up.
Peters bets and takes it down.
Yeah, no overthinking it, just a quick fold.
Right.
I think she'd already made up her mind on this board. I'm done with it.
David Peters with his largest lead of the match. Alyssa took the initial lead. Peters battled back, took his own lead, then they got back to about even, and here we are now with 4s for Peters and the open ender for Alyssa.
And boom, she hits the straight.
With the 8-ball on the river.
Peters doesn't have much to call with. Is he going to turn his hand to a bluff and bet, or even bet for value? But I don't think there's a lot of value to be betting for. Yeah, he's going to check, try to catch bluffs, but with that large of a bet.
Yeah, the pot size fire from Alyssa.
And we haven't seen a lot of bluffs from Alyssa, so I don't think Peters is going to pay that off with a 4. That's pretty much all he beats with his hand.
You mentioned this earlier. Tree Poker says it in the chat. The speed at which they are playing is amazing.
I love it.
Yeah.
Like, I hate to have to institute, you know, a shot clock and force people to play fast. It's nice when they just naturally play fast.
They do have a time bank if necessary for their big decisions, but it's rare that they've even approached that. Ace on the river for Alyssa.
And it looks like the blinds actually went up. We didn't mention it about a minute ago. 19-2, 38-4.
That's a level.
Let's just call it 2040.
Okay,
It's 2040.
okay.
All right, it's 2040 basically.
12-minute levels at this event.
It is weird though. The pot after her bet was 192,000. Somehow these blind levels are a fraction of the 1.92 million stacks.
That's
so
what
it keeps it in round big blind numbers. Like, this is what now, 100 big blinds total, 50 big blind average stack.
Numbers, yes, that's exactly.
So it's kind of nice how it works out.
Donald picks up the ace-queen here.
Oh, we got a raise and a re-raise. Peters gives it up. I like it. She's shown she's fearless. Any hand on the button works. Position is key.
Yeah, Solo says in the chat her style seems pretty straightforward. Must have cooled her way up here. I disagree with that. You know, we watched her play so far today, and we watched her play a little bit last week as well, and I'm on the opposite end of that.
I'm seeing a lot of variation, a lot of mixing it up.
Yeah.
I believe she had to have adapted to each of her opponents. She seems to have adapted well to Peters, you know, keeping it small, kind of jousting back and forth. He has the lead now, but she had it pretty recently.
Right. The winner moves on to take on Michael Adamo in the finals of the 10K Heads Up Championship.
I think Peters is just one of the best players in the world. He's just a tough player to play against. It's just difficult for anyone.
GGPoker ambassador Felipe Ramos in the chat. What is up, Felipe? Felipe, Alyssa got through 2 of your countrymen in Bruno Batillon and Belramino de Sousa in her route to the Final Four. Good to see you here. 7s for Peters, 10s for McDonald.
Both players check. More small ball.
Sevens and 5s for David Peters.
I believe we're going to see a bet here, somewhere probably in the range of 2/3 pot. I'm going to guess about 112. Oh, full pot.
Goes pot. 192,000. Tough spot for Alyssa. She does make the call with the 10s.
Yeah, he's just so good at knowing how to get the most value out of these spots, and I think that's just all the experience he's had.
Alyssa with under 40 bigs. Peters with the gut shot. Alyssa's ace high is best for now.
He's really putting the pedal to the metal here.
Ace king for McDonald. Peters with queen 10. Will defend. 9-7-4, 2 hearts. Peters does have the 10 of hearts. Quickly goes check, check.
Is he going to try and take it down? I think he's shown that she's shown a propensity to fold lately.
So you see the door open here.
Although I think he knows if he fires and gets called, he's going to have to fire another bet on the river.
Right.
But nope, she just
Snap
gives it
fold
up.
from Alyssa. David Peters going to work.
Early when the blinds were smaller, we saw a lot of folds from Peters on the
Yeah.
button. And now, 10-5, he folded, I believe, something similar earlier. Now with the blinds bigger, the pots, the chips are just worth more. He's raising more. Not necessarily worth more, but you know what I mean? Like there's less big blinds in play.
Every pot is worth more for sure. It's ace high for Peters.
It's a solid turn. He checks, gets a bet out of Alyssa when she's drawing dead. It's likely going to check call and check call again. Knows there's not a lot of value in betting it himself. You get your opponent to bet for you with worse holdings.
McDonald down to about $1 million. It's about half his starting stack.
He's just really picking up cards right now when it counts. Although, even though he had the worst hand when she had ace-king, and he was able to take that pot down too, so he's doing work with what he has.
Alyssa with ace-10, less than 30 big blinds now.
It's got to feel tough when your head's up and you just can't win a pot. Peters making all the right moves, but maybe not here. Wow.
Nice.
It's almost like he knows.
Did not think the door was open.
He knows,
fire.
yeah.
Yeah.
It's almost like he's one of the best in the world.
What?
I don't know what's going on.
That much is certainly true. David Peters, number 7 on the all-time money list. He's won 1 World Series of Poker bracelet, won the 2019 U.S. Poker Open. He has king high here.
I think we're, see, he's going to check it back, and Alyssa hits the deuce, and that's good enough. And I think Peters here likely checks back.
Yeah.
Knows his opponent's not going
to showdown.
Yeah, he thinks his hand has some showdown value. No one's going to fold anything better, so he doesn't want to bluff it. And that might have been what she needed. It's always going to take down a pot when you're losing so many in a row.
Yeah. Alyssa McDonald, predominantly an online poker player, flops 6s and 10s. Streams some of her action on Twitch. She is not on Twitch today. You can find her at xAlyssa. considers art to be her first passion.
Queen 9 suited for Peters. Got to see a raise here, and I think we see a 3-bet from her. She's shown she's 3-betting out of the big blind here now, quite a bit.
She does 3-bet here. She was studying art at Mohawk College in Ontario before dropping out to pursue poker, and here we are, semifinals of the 10K WSOP Championship.
Quite a bit of 3-bets out of the blind by her. Oh, and he gets lucky.
Outflops McDonald here, flops a 9 and a couple backdoor draws. 500K in this pot.
And she
King on the turn for Alyssa McDonald.
The fact that she 3-bet out of the blind, there's the hearts there, and an ace and a king, might give David a way out of this pot without losing any more chips. Nope, he calls.
Going to call another 8 on the river.
Checks it back. Big pot for Alyssa.
Important pot for Alyssa McDonald to regain some momentum here.
Right back in there.
Yeah.
Ooh, top pair for Alyssa and a flush draw for Peters. Will he check raise?
We've seen the check raise before from Peters. He does flop a draw. Check calls here. They both turn the open-ender. 9 of hearts on the river for David Peters. 230K in the pot.
Now she checked back the turn, so I think he's just going to go ahead and lead this river, try to get paid from it.
How big does Peters go here?
He likes that full-size pot bet we've seen. Almost.
Quick call from Alyssa. Tough spot for her.
Yeah, with Queen High there, Queen of Hearts, no choice but to call.
David Peters back up to about 2.5 million. Both with pretty hands here. Alyssa.
Nice flop for Alyssa here. One of those flop stuff, you're holding ace-5 suited, you can't love. Your opponent likely connected in some way to that flop. They're probably not calling you with the low cards. They had the higher cards, probably got 3-bet. It's a little, I don't think you can really put any chips in the pot here on that flop. Probably not even on this river. The bet's small enough, maybe, but I can't figure out too many hands you beat. Yep, gives it up.
David Peters, known as one of the hardest workers in the game. You think with a full week to prepare, he's not just studying heads up, but he's also looking into his opponent a little bit, who he's probably a little more unfamiliar with?
I mean, to an extent, yeah, but I imagine he was also playing the rest of these events all week. Right?
Sure, good point.
Great events, some great action. And he already has a bracelet, and the money in the grand scheme of things for him is probably not his main concern. He's playing tournaments with buy-ins. It's bigger than this, you know, first place. So I'm sure he did his work, but I imagine he just was focusing on continuing to crush all week.
Peters with more than $33.7 million in career live tournament earnings.
Oh, we got 2 hands here.
Yes, we do.
Jack
Queens
10
for
raise.
McDonald, Jack 10 of spades for David Peters. Here's that 3-bet from Alyssa.
Now, if he's caught up on the broadcast, she's pretty much had it every time she's 3-bet out of the big blind. We haven't seen really a loose 3-bet out of the big blind. Obviously, he's on the button with a hand that plays pretty well, so I think we're still going to see a call here, but... Oof.
Wow, it comes Queen 10-8. It is top set for Alyssa Peters with the pair of 10s, the gut shot, and the backdoor flush draw.
And as she leads, I think we're just going to see just a call.
That's exactly what happens. 5 of spades on the turn.
I feel like I see where this is headed.
892K in the pot. Alyssa with a little more than $1 million behind. Bets about 400,000. Peters calls 9 on the river.
Absolutely disgusting.
a straight for David Peters.
Yeah, and I don't see how she
Oh.
I mean, possibly, but with that much in the pot and only having
which is-
660K, it would be a world-class fold. I would love to see it, but I don't think I could get away from a set of queens here. I mean, I think you're checking, hoping to induce a bluff. Pretty dirty river.
Here's all of it from Peters.
Well, it wasn't a snap call, which we've seen a lot of from her, so at least she's seeing the possibility that she got unlucky. I say it would be a pretty incredible fold.
Such a tough
A lot
spot
easier for us. We see the
here,
cards, but
right?
if you're there with top set and the board runs out like this.
Against an extremely capable player.
He hasn't shown a lot of bluffs. I mean, she's caught him bluffing this tournament, though. Again, there's just so much in there, right? And if you're right, you take a commanding lead, but if you're wrong, you're out. So it's a really tough spot. Like I said, it's a lot easier for us. We can see it. He's kind of breaking down what kind of hands he has. He just called the turn, just called the flop. Just have some jack tens, queen jacks. You got 2 queens in your hand, not likely. Some 8 jacks. Like, you only really lose to jacks, right? That's it. Any jacks. I mean, I guess 6 sevens in there, but you're not worried about 6 7. 6 7's never calling you on the flop and the turn.
Can McDonald find the fold to save her tournament life? She cannot. She does make the call, and that will do it. David Peters advances to the finals of the 10K World Series of Poker Heads Up Championship. He will take on Michael Adamo in the finals. Before we preview that, David, let's sum up Alyssa's run. McDonald makes it all the way to the Final Four. Pretty impressive journey for her in this tournament.
Yeah, no, very impressive journey for both her and Michael Zang. Both players getting to the Final Four of a really tough, prestigious tournament. Hats off to them. Unfortunately, they both suffered really big coolers. You know, and I did say that it's going to take some kind of coolers. You're not unlikely you're going to see someone just sail it in with nothing and get called by nothing. It's going to take kind of what we saw in both those matches.
This is McDonald's biggest cash of the World Series of Poker. She earns more than $124,000. All right, let's set the scene real quick. It is Michael Adamo versus David Peters and David Williams. These are 2 of the best players around.
Yeah, Michael Adamo, you know, sort of new in the past few years, coming up in the high roller tournament series. But David Peters, everyone who follows any high roller tournaments knows David Peters is one of the best. So not surprised to see these 2 here.
They are both guaranteed $223,488 up top in this one. More than $360K and a World Series of Poker bracelet and the WSOP Europe package. They pay your main event buy-in. They pay for your travel and hotel as well. So let us do it. Let's get to the action. The finals of the 10K WSOP Heads Up Championship. It's Michael Adamo taking on David Peters.
So we picked this one up. It does start 200 big blinds deep, just like the last matches we saw.
Starting stack of 3.84 million.
Now, if we saw Adamo was a little more aggressive in his match, Peters and McDonald's match was more kind of small ball jousty, little shots here and there. Put those 2 together, now we're going to get to see, you know, which one adapts to the other, how they adjust.
These styles collide, and they'll collide quickly as Adamo has 2 pair. Peters with the gut shot. Adamo with the overbet lead on the turn. Michael Adamo, to say the least, will mix it up as far as sizing is concerned.
Oh, absolutely. Both these players bracelet winners, so we don't have that kind of pressure to get a bracelet. I don't think either of them are worried about the money. I think this is just kind of almost bragging rights.
Yeah,
Who's the champ? I want to be the heads-up champ.
As David mentioned earlier, these 2 both involved in really all of the super high roller tournaments, both live and online. Peters looking for his 2nd bracelet. Adamo looking to become the 2nd Australian to win 3 bracelets. Jeff Lissandra has 6.
We see a C bet with 9 high. Peters looks him up with ace high. This is one of those spots where when no one has anything, usually the aggressor takes it down. But then your opponent knows that. So, I mean, there's lots of kind of mind games here in this heads-up match.
Our friends at GGPoker giving away 4 more $50 satellite tickets. All you have to do is type Peters in the chat. That seems pretty easy. And then run good in like the actual drawing, but the initial step is pretty simple. Adamo keeps on firing.
The thing is, Peters, will figure out that Adamo can fire a second bullet. So eventually you have to adjust. You can't just allow your opponent to pick up that first bullet, and if you don't improve, take the pot down. So you're going to have to make an adjustment to that if they continue to do that.
This will be a change of pace for Peters for sure, as far as his opponent's style is concerned. Adamo a bit more aggressive. 9,600, 19,200 blinds. So as David mentioned earlier, starting stack of 200 bigs.
Yeah, and in poker, aggression is rewarded, so we're likely to see, unless something changes, that the aggression is going to benefit Adamo.
It's kings for Adamo here, along with a backdoor straight draw and backdoor flush draw. This is Michael Adamo's third cash in the 2020 World Series. Small cash in the Colossus and finished 16th in the Millionaire Maker for 40K.
Peters in the button, king deuce. Raising more than men raise. We saw a lot of men raises before. That 2.5. Both players connect. Top pair for Adamo. One-fourth of the pot. Is Adamo going to go ahead and check raise his top pair, or?
He does check raise. Peters calls. Ace on the turn.
Might slow the action down. I don't think Peters will give it up, though. I think he realizes his deuce isn't likely ahead, so he's going to have to try to win this pot by betting, whether here or on the river. Unless you think your opponent was check raising you on the flop with total air.
Goes check, check. 5 on the river.
Yeah, and the 5 hits some of those hands he's probably check raising you with. The straight draws, the ace-5, ace-3s, 3-5s, 5-6s.
Adamo leads for 95,000.
Be surprised to see Peters call here. He's been pretty good on his rivers, calling when he should and folding at the right moments. But he knows his opponent is capable of showing up with just nothing here, so. The board, the flop was pretty dry. He pays it off.
Peters calls with the deuces. Adamo gets some value on the end for his jacks.
And I think that's more so image. I think these guys know each other. He knows what Adamo is capable of. I think that was an opponent-dependent call.
Both with Canadian flags, but this is the American David Peters versus the Aussian Michael Adamo. They just registered their GG accounts in Canada. Jacks for Peters.
Just limped pre-flop on the button. Yeah, the speed of which they act is much different than the last match.
That will change.
And it's notice how Peters is kind of does what his opponent did. Alyssa
that's true.
acted fast, Peters acted fast. Michael takes the time before he acts, Peters takes time before he acts. That's interesting to see.
Adamo turns 6s. Peters had flopped a pair of jacks. Michael Adamo won the 2018 marathon event at the series for $653,000. Then went over to Rosvedov and won the 25K Super High Roller at WSOP Europe.
Same year?
Same year.
Nice.
Kind of his introduction to the poker world overall, I would say. And then just went ahead and crushed every high roller over the last years. David Peters won a $1,500 event in 2016 for more than $410,000. This is his 11th World Series of Poker final table.
And there's no doubt that this is
right. This we can say for sure
we at
is
least
the final table.
No heads up is the final table. The rest.
Michael Zang and Alyssa McDonald, we'll see. They'll have to take it to the board. We agree that they should get credit for a final table appearance.
I imagine we can look at like kind of the stats on the official WSOP like list of final tables and just count someone up and see what counts.
Right, what they say.
Adamo with just queen high, check raises and takes it down. Aggression is key, as we've seen.
And Adamo, one of the most aggressive players out there.
The pocket queens in the big blind for Peters. And you'll have to tune in next week to find out what happens with the two queens. This is like a nice little cliffhanger.
There we go.
Adamo with the raise.
Sorry for the load times. But I think we're getting through it.
Big 3-bet from 48,000 to 240.
Sizes up. And Adamo's pre-flop raises to that size are a little bit bigger. They're more like 2.5x.
Yeah, I mean, it's weird. Not weird, but I guess it's interesting to see that like they sort of copy each other, right? Like last match, I believe Alyssa and David were min raising, if I remember correctly, at least at the beginning. And now here they're
case in point right here. Peters makes it 48K.
It's like, oh, that's what we're doing? Okay, that's what we're doing. Let's do it.
MJ Sydney in the chat says, Aussie, Aussie, Aussie. I see this going one way, an Aussie steamroll. David Peters is going to be tough to steamroll, but I mean, I guess if anybody could do it, it would be Michael Adamo.
Well, let's see here. Peters raised, and then he continuation down the flop. And look, another check raise.
With 4 high.
Another check raise with air, and he takes it down again. So I guess the Aussie steamroll is what we're watching. It is still early, but that's back to back.
That's just pretty remarkable right there.
I mean, if your opponent's going to let you have them, you just keep doing it until they make you stop.
Probably a fairly frustrating start to the day for Peters. To the championship match, I should say. Both players guaranteed $223,488, about a 137K pay jump from second to first.
So Adamo raised the button and check back this flop.
Peters turns the gut shot.
Now, if we get an overbet, so if we get another robbery here, I was going to have to say check the feed or something. What's going on here? But
there it was Peters' overbetting turn with the gut shot. Oh, and there's Alyssa in the chat with a couple cold beer emojis. She's earned a couple cocktails, beer, wine, champagne, whatever her choice is.
Celebrate.
Yeah. Get right to it. Congratulations, Alyssa, on a fantastic run on a semifinal finish in the 10K Heads Up Championship.
Absolutely.
She says, yep, it's time to drink and to watch the rest of the Heads Up. So that's perfect. You know, some players, when they lose, they just can't see a poker hand take place. They just have to run for the hills.
I can see a poker hand, just not the tournament I busted.
Okay.
I'm out. I don't want to hear about anybody. I hope they all lose somehow. Like, I wish everyone passed me. Somehow they all get disqualified. I don't know. I don't want to see it anymore. But
I think you'd like this. Tree says in the chat, what about next year, a 10K Heads Up PLO also?
Let's do it. I think online you would get a lot of players in that event. One year at the World Series in Vegas, they had a heads-up, half PLO, half no limit.
Oh, cool. Okay.
I totally forgot that, but when
Yeah.
we were looking for the whole heads-up lob everything, I saw the cash in. I'm like, oh my God, that was a fun event. It's a 3K. 3K, half and a half heads up. Pretty cool tournament. And the buy-in level is nice because then people could just, 3K doesn't push, you know, it's still a lot of money, but it's not a 10K. So it opens it up to a lot more players.
Sure.
And we get a river of an ace here for Peters.
To take down that pot after Adamo had flopped middle pair. All right, so next year, GG has a 10K heads up PLO. You're off to play that one.
I mean, this schedule was kind of last minute. For
Sure.
next year, absolutely, once it's solidified and known. I mean, I'm sorry, bud, I don't think I'll be here with you at all. I will likely be out of the country for the entire series unless somehow the law changes and we get to be here. But
Right. Wouldn't that be something?
we can only hope.
Only hope, we can only dream.
We continually see flops that hit neither player, and it's just basically whoever is the most aggressive takes it down. Usually the C-bet gets it, but every now and then Michael Adamo, which he might be gearing up for again, makes these check raises out of the big blind. So far he's 2 for 2 on taking it down, and I think it's coming again.
Yeah, with that queen of clubs, a couple backdoor draws. Does come
There it is again. He's got 30 minutes to keep doing this, right? Because then the feed catches up. Peter gets
Peter's
word.
just watching
There's a
for
delay.
sure.
Somebody's like, "Hey, watch out!
Yeah,
he's making
this
this move."
guy.
So then Peter's like, "All right, buddy, it's time to start re-raising." But he's got a few more. He's got 15, 20 more minutes of this. But Peter's not giving it up so easily. He does have some equity to hit an 8. Yeah.
Does make the call, and it's Adamo turning the open ender.
Another benefit is he has position, right? So
Yeah.
like by making this call, Adamo has to continue this story, right?
Yeah.
He has to do it again. Or Peters gets to try to take it away from him in position. So Peters knows that, and he's like, you know, I'm gonna make a call here.
Right.
It's too many times you've done this to me.
This was one of some decent turn cards for Adamo, and he will keep on
Right. It
coming.
was a good card for the story he was telling.
Right. That's 276,000, takes down another big pot. Blinds have gone up, 12,800, 25,600.
825.6.
Yeah. Don't see that every day.
King, queen. Probably another button raise from Peters. He's pretty much raised 100% of the buttons.
Still going with that, like about 2.5x sizing.
Adamo, usually when he does this, he comes up with a raise after he kind of takes a little time when he does have a good holding. Or a bad holding, like Queen Deuce High. Just
right. Does stay balanced.
Yep, and there it is. And unfortunately for Peters, you got the 10-4, good buddy. Just bad timing.
Right.
Plenty of time, though. Plenty of big blinds left.
Peter is while trailing still with more than 100 bigs. These guys have proven that they're willing to play some big pots. Adamo especially early on, as Adamo flops a pair of aces.
Picks up a straight draw with his 8.
Adamo third on Australia's all-time money list, behind Joe Hashem and Cale Burns.
Adamo, when he has it, keeping the pot small. When he doesn't,
Yeah, interesting.
pumping it up.
Another 6 on the river.
I think Peter's hand is more of a bluff catcher. I don't think it's one you really bet for value, so I think we're going to see a check here. Depending on the size of Adamo's bet, likely a check call. If Adamo even bets it.
Peters does check.
I think he's going to bet the ace here, but he doesn't have a good kicker. You got to think, okay, what can my opponent have there? They are going to call, specifically an 8, maybe a 10 if they had a straight draw and hit a 10. I still think we see a bet here because he's shown that he bets a lot with nothing, so you got to also bet pretty thin to get some value in those hands too. Yep.
We'll bet 126,720. Tough spot for Peters now.
Could just turn his hand to a bluff and just make it 600,000. kind of accomplishes two things. If you were winning already, fine, you're going to win that pot anyway, but you might be able to get your opponent to lay down kind of thin value like they were betting there. I like those kind of moves.
Adamo with about a 3-2 chip lead early in this one, the finals match of the 10K Heads-Up Championship. World Series Poker Bracelet event on GGPoker. Jeff Platt alongside David Williams at the Poker Go studio.
A limp on the button from Adamo.
Peters checks and flops a pair.
And again, when you've got an opponent as aggressive as Adamo has been, a lot of times you don't have to do any betting of your own hand. You can just kind of give them some rope and let them do it for you. It's a risky style, but it does work against aggressive players if you flop something. Problem is when they get there and then show you a magic trick on the river.
Adamo keeps firing with just 4 high.
Not a bad card for Adamo's bluff. Peters picks up a straight draw, but it is... If he sort of had like a 10-jack or queen-10 type range hand, it does hit those too. If you're Peters, it's a lot tougher to call. And I don't think Adamo is going to check back and just give up with 4 high like we talked about.
It doesn't seem like the type to give up.
I mean, I could be wrong, but I don't think so. So I expect a large bet here. It could even be an overbet to really apply pressure to Peters, because Peters has shown he doesn't have a super strong hand. Nope.
About 157K. Perhaps trying to make it look like this is value town.
Yeah, sell it as a little stronger than it is.
Can Peters read through that?
I mean, you only beat absolute air balls, right?
Yeah.
And how many air balls took the line he took? Raise pre-flop, bet the flop, bet the turn. And he figures
Peters
it out.
calls with just 9s.
4 high.
Here comes David Peters.
Nice call by David Peters.
Absolutely.
Definitely not an easy one.
These two proving why they're amongst the best in the game.
No, this shouldn't matter, but especially live, it's a lot easier because, you know, people don't see your hand right away. You know, your hand is exposed. Like, everyone sees you just made this call. If you're wrong, flop.
Oh, boy.
Flush versus an open-ended straight flush draw.
4-3 deuce, all spades.
Peters really doesn't want to see an offsuit ace or 6. That's the problem. Because your hand has some value now. You've got a big draw. He doesn't know he's basically dead other than to the straight flush. But if he does turn an ace or a 6, he's going to be in trouble, because it's unlikely your opponent flopped a flush.
There's the 5 of diamonds on the turn. And no good pair of 5s for Peters.
Yeah, that'll actually probably slow Peters down, because now there's, you know, your hand. A lot more hands beat you, even though you only had queen high, but it's very easy for your opponent to just have a wheel here. I don't think we're, don't.
Flush for Adamo. The straight flush draw does not get there for Peters.
Let's see what Adamo bets to get paid off. He could represent a busted flush draw, which I think is a reason why Peters might call with a 5. Oh, 25,000.
Huh.
One big blind. 25-6.
Goes with the min. Peters does call. Adamo will show the winner. And with that, our players are off to break. It is Michael Adamo with the lead, about 4.3 million to 3.3 million is the stack of David Peters. I would be surprised, David Williams, if these guys got to another break.
You think so?
Just with the big pots that they play?
Yeah, but I feel like, you know, no one's really, it's going kind of even.
Sure.
Big pots going back and forth, I believe. We're about to hit that 30-minute mark, so kind of David Peters and Adamo can see what their opponent has been doing now and kind of make adjustments. I think we see another break. I think it slows down a little bit.
Well, a quick break for them, quick break for us as well. Be back in a couple minutes. You are watching the 10K World Series of Poker Heads Up Championship. Stay with us. All right, welcome back to the 10K Heads Up Championship of the World Series of Poker. Jeff Platt alongside David Williams, Michael Adamo battling David Peters, and we pick the action back up with a couple pairs here. Sixes for Adamo, nines for Peters.
We got a limp on the button with the two sixes, a little mixing it up. But I think it's one of those spots we talked about working with the threes post-flop. Granted, he does have the button. It's hard to really play, so keeping the pot small makes it easier to get yourself to the river. Although, who knows, maybe he's going to raise here and prove me what I'm saying. Mute,
yeah. He does just call. It comes 8-8-7, not a terrible flop if you're Michael Adamo. We can see that Peters has a huge edge here.
Yeah, if either player makes a straight, the other one's going to have a boat.
That much is true.
I guess it could come 4 or 5, but or 10 jack, but you know what I mean.
Right. Most likely. Peters fires quarter pot here. Adamo calls another 8 on the turn. 8's full of 9s for Peters, 8's full of 6s for Adamo.
Yeah, I mean, I think that 7's going to keep this pot from exploding, right? Like if that were maybe a deuce or a 3 or something, we might see a lot more action. But I imagine Adamo can't do much more than just call if he's led into.
Which he is again for 144,000.
He could raise here. I mean, he's unlikely your opponent has an 8 or a 7. You want to protect yourself if they say have 2 overs and giving them a cheap turn, letting them, you just call here and it comes like a jack on the river and they show you ace jack, you're going to hate yourself, but I don't think we see a raise here. But every time he's gone in the tank this long, he usually comes out with a big check raise. Although this wouldn't be a check raise, it would just be a raise, but yep, he does.
Makes it 546,000.
Yeah, I mean, it puts David Peters in a tough spot, right? Let's say you call here, and then you have to assume you're going to get some heat on the river. So you're calling more than 546, right? You're calling this, but then you're going to have to commit to a lot of rivers, and that's an interesting river.
7 on the river, so Adamo is just playing the board now. Still 8's full of 9s for Peters.
Yeah, Adamo's kind of forced here, if he, to give himself a chance to win this pot. He is counterfeited. I don't think he wants to give it up. He does.
Does check back.
Besides, Peters is a little too strong to call that raise in the turn. I'm not going to risk the amount of chips I'd have to risk to try to take this down.
And with that, David Peters takes the chip lead for the first time this finals match against Michael Adamo. Thanks to Tree Poker in the chat for all the gift subs. Be sure to click follow on GGPoker's Twitch channel. It's ggpoker.tv or twitch.tv/ggpokerofficial, so you can be notified of when they go on live next. Another way for those notifications, to follow them on Twitter at ggpokerofficial. Again, that's at ggpokerofficial on Twitter. Thanks so much to GG for putting on these tournaments, these broadcasts.
So we saw a 2.5x raise on the button from Peters. Adamo just called and just checked this flop. He's made this check raise with air quite a bit, but he decides to just call this time when he actually has top pair.
Does turn 2 pair, checks again. Peters overbets the turn.
Yikes. Obviously, he doesn't know his opponent improved to 2 pair, but Adamo's not going anywhere.
Bad timing here for Peters.
There being 2 flush draws out there, I think we might see a raise from Adamo. Nope, just calls.
Queen of diamonds on the river.
Fairly safe river if you're holding 2 pair, aces and 3s here.
848K in the pot. Does Peters try one more time?
We haven't seen a lot of 3-barrel bluffs, if any, I don't think. Are we going to see our first one here? The reason I think we might is because 2 flush draws missed, and Peters knows his opponent could have been calling with a flush draw that beats 10 high, and he doesn't want to just surrender the pot. So he might be forced into making a bet here. Yeah, and he does. 1.3
Wow.
million.
The snap call from Adamo. And Michael Adamo has taken a fairly significant chip lead here in the Heads Up Championship. Adamo looking for bracelet number 3 just to add to an incredible list of accomplishments, including what he got done at the Australian Poker Open main event.
All in.
There it is. The shove. The snap call from Van Barkum with the 7, and here we go. And he finds a club on the turn.
Yeah, that ran very good.
Yeah.
And for the first time, an Aussie gets it done at the Australian Poker Open.
Yeah, that was pretty
Michael Adamo wins the main event.
Yeah.
That was the beginning of this year. It seems like that was 4 years ago.
Was it really?
Yeah.
Wow.
The 2020, the inaugural Australian Poker Open. Adamo won that leading into Super High Roller Bowl Australia, which Timothy Adams won. And Adamo is up to 5.4 million in chips.
Still enough chips for Peters to play and make a comeback.
Yeah.
We've seen a lot of comebacks.
Absolutely.
What is that, 66-ish big blinds or so?
There's still plenty deep. Adamo outflops Peters here with a 3 and a backdoor flush draw. Peters bets small.
1/4 pot.
The most frequent sizing we've seen on flops. Adamo calls and does turn a flush draw to go along with his pair of 3s.
Is Peters going to continue or slow down? You would think previous results wouldn't affect his play, but although you do have to take into consideration how your opponent is playing and let that change your play, but not necessarily the results.
Threes and deuces for Adamo. He will check.
Yeah, I think Peters is just unlucky that that turn was a 3. I think if that wasn't a 3 and Adamo just had an ace with a small kicker,
good point, yeah.
I think that line works. Maybe not, but I think it's a lot more difficult for him to call. Adamo, queen 5 on the button. I think we're going to see, okay, just limps. So as the blinds have gotten bigger, they've started limping a lot more.
David Peters 7th on the all-time money list, more than $33 million in career live tournament earnings.
Huge raise from Peters out of the big blind.
Peters up to about 2.1 million in chips. Also finished 3rd in the Super High Roller Bowl online for $762,500.
Is that recently? I think
that was. That was just months ago.
Strange to see all the series online right now.
Right, it's wild.
2.5x on the button with 10 deuce suited. Don't think Peters is going anywhere with Jack 10. Likely just calling here so we can see a flop. And he does, and both players pair.
Peters with jacks, Adamo with deuces.
Peters, another call.
Goes check, another ace on the river.
And it makes it a lot easier for Peters to play this hand. Granted, the pot was fairly small. I think it's pretty standard to just call on that river anyways.
Peters will lead for 192,000.
Adamo could call. It could be a missed draw of some sort. We saw Peters call with a deuce with the king deuce in that one hand in kind of a similar spot.
And Adamo does make the call here. Peters gets paid off on the river. Up to about 2.5 million. Well, we showed you Adamo winning the Australian Poker Open main event. Here's what happened last year at the US Poker Open.
All in.
Oh, he's getting called by Peters as he ripped. May have trapped himself here. 2 nines. Will they hold on the flop? They will. Fishing for an ace or a 10.
That card.
Picks up a couple of outs on the turn. Can hit the 8 as well now. Needs to counterfeit or better the 9s.
Poker Open champion.
Ah, there it is. As Uni built the drama for us. 6 of diamonds on the end, and like that, David Peters.
Third and a second, so I guess I'll just win the next one.
So we have the US Poker Open champion against the Australian Poker Open champion, while the APO champion has flopped a straight. David Peters has flopped a king high flush draw. He gets check raised by Adamo. 9 on the turn.
The bottom straight here on this board is pretty hard to play.
Yeah.
I mean, it's unlikely your opponent had a 10 in his hand. You know, that would have had to hit a gut shot, but still.
Certainly slow the action down here.
They cut out my favorite part of that clip, where Peter stoically tells him no.
Big Uni asking Peters for advice. Like, you would have played it the same way I did, right? He's, no.
Doesn't humor him, doesn't make him feel good.
Right.
Yeah, man. No.
That's true.
Absolutely not.
Goes check, check, and now it's a straight for both.
Oh,
not the dream run out for Adamo.
Brutal. Doesn't mean necessarily it's going to be split, though.
True. Not with these two in the mix.
With the right sizing, someone could have this pot.
Adamo going with the overbet.
And this is just a brutal spot for Peters, right? Because if you're wrong here, your stack size is just crippled in relation to the blind. So you do want to make sure you have some chips to play with. You can only hope for a chop, so you're putting in 480 to get half a 384 if you're right.
Peters does fold. Well done, Michael Adamo.
Yeah, just being first to act there is such a huge advantage because Peters can't even do the crazy thing of like raise him to try to raise him off a chop. They're just not deep enough. And you don't really want to call there for a chop. So being first was quite the advantage, I think, in that spot.
Mentioned earlier that David Peters finished 3rd in the Super High Roller Bowl online just a couple months ago. Michael Adamo finished in 2nd.
Oh, really?
To Justin Bonomo, who won his 3rd Super High Roller Bowl ring. But the heads-up match between Bonomo and Adamo, I think it's available on Poker Go. Would definitely go back and watch that. That is some of the wildest poker that I've ever seen. I mean, you have 6x pot over bets with 8 high. You have massive hero calls with king high. It's just, it's the wildest heads-up match that I've seen.
Yeah,
by a mile.
check that out.
It's ace high for Peters here. Adamo won almost $1.2 million for that score.
For second?
Yeah.
What was first?
First was about 1.8.
1.8. Justin Bonomo just gets it done every time. Raise the button. Standard 2.5x. Flops a flush draw. Peters calls and quickly checks.
Adamo bets 75% pot here. Peters just folds the ace high. We're in level 4 now. Small blind of 19,200, big blind of 38,400.
100 big blind average. King 8 on the button.
It's Adamo with about a 2.5 to 1 chip lead.
He's mixed it up pretty evenly with limps and raises here lately on the button. Decides to raise this one.
Peters folds. Peters still comfortable, about 60 bigs.
Yeah, and he's familiar with how to play a stack size of this. A stack of this size.
We'll raise it up with the 10-5 off. Goes pretty big sizing, about 2.5.
Yeah, I think they've just settled in on that being their raise size.
Does flop a 5. Both players guaranteed more than $223,000. First place is worth more than $360K in addition to a WSOP Europe main event package and a World Series of Poker bracelet.
Could be number 2, could be number 3, depending on who wins.
Would be Peters' second, would be Adamo's third.
We haven't had a repeat winner this summer yet, have we?
We had one, Alec Stasiak on GG, won 2 events within about a week and a half or so.
I feel like it doesn't break the streak, but it doesn't keep the streak of the whole 2 every summer because there's just so many more events and so many things possible. I feel like it's just on pause because, like, you know, so far someone's won 2 every year.
Right.
Not to take away from his accomplishment, I just feel like from a stats-wise with so many events, I mean, granted, there's a lot of players, I just think it's just a little different.
Totally fine with that. Adamo leads for the minimum with just jack high. Peters calls with the 5s. That double bracelet winner, Alec, satellited in to a 1K for $10, won it, and then won a 2,500 just a week later or so.
You think he satellited into that one, or he just?
I don't know. That one he might have just had the funds. Yeah.
Well, congrats to him. That's impressive. For sure.
Crossfire in the chat asks, what place did Negreanu get? Good question. Negreanu was eliminated in the round of 16 by Michael Zang.
Two-digit cashes, you know, between the 10th and 99th place.
Got a ton of them.
Negreanu rules. Trips here for Michael Adamo. His opponent doesn't have much. Checks it back, gives his opponent a little room to make a mistake. A little rope. Peters doesn't bite. Peters quickly folds. Not having it.
Adamo at about 5.3 million. Peters with ace-jack.
Two and a half X raise, ace-jack on the button. We haven't seen a 3-bet out of Adamo in a while. It's just the hand, the 8 high. Would be a bad time to make it. Nope, just calls. Double gut shot, 6 or a 10.
Top pair for Peters along with the backdoor nut flush draw.
I don't think Adamo's going anywhere. They must have the slider button set. You can pick your
right.
1/4
sizing. Yeah,
exactly 1/4. Just hit the button for 1/4 pot.
Like you said, Adamo does make the call. 4 clubs on the turn.
Huge bet. Wisely figured out his opponent was on a draw, made it costly for him. His opponent folds.
19.2K, 38.4K blinds. Adamo with the lead, raising it up with the ace-7.
It's interesting, you know, we're doing a heads-up tournament today. The past 2 Saturdays, heads-ups have been fairly quick. You know, it's just been kind of boom, boom. It's such a change of pace for us. Yeah.
Yeah.
Open-ended for Peters here. Yep, hard for ace-7 to continue on that board.
Mm-hmm. Peters takes it down.
Haven't seen a button folded in quite some time.
And there we go.
There we go.
Peters folds. Adamo with the chip lead.
Almost exactly 2-1.
Adamo set the poker Twitter world ablaze for being on the wrong end of a massive cash game pot that he played against Victor Malinowski, who we know is limitless online. They're playing 500 1K with a 1K ante on Natural 8, one of the GGPoker skins, in an invitation-only VIP cash game. They get all of the chips in. It's Adamo with kings. It's limitless with aces. More than $830,000 in the pot. It is the biggest no-limit hold'em online cash game pot, an $842,000 pot that went the opposite way of Michael Adamo.
Yikes.
Yikes indeed. Just, you know, kings versus aces for all of it, literally.
Yeah, I think someone tweeted Limitless had like 1.2 on the table a couple days ago. Joey Ingram, I believe it was.
Yeah.
Trips for Adamo here, but not much for his opponent. Players are taking their time to act. He overbets it. Quick fold from Peters.
Wins.
Deuces.
Adamo is 11-4 in live tournaments, heads up. Peters is 25-23.
So I wonder if they're getting that stat from just looking at how many first places, how many second places, or are they including heads-up tournaments also?
I think just the first place, second place.
First place, second place.
Yes, not including their records in any heads-up tourneys that they have played. Anytime they were heads up for the title, which Adamo has been heads up for 15 live titles. He's won 11.
11 titles.
Peters has been heads up for 48 titles. He's won 25.
That's pretty wild. That's actually what made me think it might have included heads-up tournaments at the World Series, because that number is so large. Like, be interesting to kind of look that up and see.
Yeah.
Because it's just not that he couldn't be heads-up at 48 title tournaments, but that just sounds like a lot. Checks second pair over to Adamo. I think we're going to see a bet out of Adamo. He doesn't stand to just check it down with 9 high. Nope, he checks it back. Curious if he'll check this one back if Peters doesn't bet. I guess we get to see.
$153K in the pot.
The flush did get there.
Yeah.
Is he going to overbet if he bets? And he does. He bets almost over 2x pot, 2.5x pot.
Wow, that's $378K. Puts Peters in quite the spot.
Pretty sick sizing here. If you're going to bluff, make it hard for your opponent to call.
And Peters lays it down There it is for Michael Adamo. Let's get to know the 26-year-old Australian a little bit more. He is looking for his 3rd World Series of Poker bracelet. Only trails Joe Hashim and Cale Burns on Australia's all-time money list. One of the stone-cold killers in this game. This is Adamo's first cash in a World Series of Poker heads-up championship. The same can be said for David Peters. Adamo flops a flush draw here. Peters with ace high and the backdoor nut flush draw.
Hey, if he wins this, he'll be halfway to Jeff Lissandra.
That's true.
Just 3 more.
Lissandra with 6 bracelets, won 3 in 1 year. Five on the turn. Adamo with gut shot.
Ooh.
Queen of spades on the river. David Peters.
Didn't change who was winning, but it sure does make it easier for Peters to call if Adamo decides to bluff. Although it's unlikely he would be bluffing with things that aren't straight anyways, but it does make it just a little easier.
Adamo the overbet.
Again, here it's one of those spots. Yeah, the queen may have made it easier, but it's either a straight or it's a bluff.
Yeah.
Ace-queen was in the same spot with or without the queen.
Peters lays it down.
Adamo just relentless in these
well done.
river overbets.
Michael Adamo.
I believe the blinds just went up. 51-2 is the big blind now.
25.6K is the small blind.
Got a limp from Adamo. 7-6 of clubs. Flops well. I think Peters may want to just check here, keep the pot small so that, nope, he opts not to.
Full raise.
Huge raise.
Full raise big.
Almost 4x.
Makes it 230K.
More than 4x. Adamo looks him up.
Adamo calls and does flop a gut shot, a pair of 7s for Peters.
And they are not very deep in relation to this pot size now. It's a hard hand to play. Peters has the initiative by making the big raise.
Peters checks.
I don't think Peters wants to get raised off his hand. Ouch.
Adamo turns a jack and a flush draw.
It's hard to say, but I wonder if a large bet would have blown Adamo off this pot, or would he have continued with an over and a gut shot? Who's to say? Maybe he saved chips by not betting.
About 460K in the middle. Adamo into his time bank before betting a little bit over 300,000.
Again, I think if you're Peters, you're thinking, okay, if I make this call, what rivers do I want to see? How am I going to play those rivers? What am I check calling on? It's a real tough spot here. Calls.
Here's does call 3 of clubs on the river.
I think if you called that turn, you're likely calling this river because it probably didn't change much. Your opponent didn't have the 4-6, you don't think. What did a 3 do? I mean, it's not like he was calling with a draw on the turn. He was calling because he thought his 7 was good. That could change if your opponent shows that they're willing to bet again, then, okay, maybe they actually do have better than a 7, though. So he could still get away from it depending on how much Michael bets. But remember, he's likely caught up to the beginning of this feed where Michael made some daring bluffs, so he does know, even though he knew Michael had that in him, but he does know that he's, you know, it's happened quite a bit today. But Michael knows he knows that, so.
The bet is 764,000. If Peters calls, he'd be down to about 20 bigs.
And Peters has shown he can make big laydowns.
And he does there.
Not that it's necessarily a big hand,
Right.
but after calling that turn and getting that river.
Against Adamo, that's tough. Peters at about the 35 big blind mark now.
Yeah, I think that turn call was more, if he's, maybe he'll surrender the river, but if he continues, then I got to give it up.
Yeah. Peters limps in here with the 5-3 of hearts. Adamo.
Big raise with the 10 high.
Staying balanced with these raises. The good and the bad.
And a
Peters
call.
calls. Comes Jack 9-4 with 2 diamonds. Nothing really doing for anybody. Couple backdoor draws for Adamo. 410K in the pot.
Again, whoever is the most aggressive is going to take this down.
David Peters lays it down. He certainly has his work cut out for him. Let's check in with the American out of Toledo, Ohio. He is 7th on the all-time money list with more than $33.7 million in career tournament earnings. You saw the clip earlier. He won the 2019 U.S. Poker Open Championship. That is not his biggest score. His biggest score actually comes from a 2nd place finish in a Triton event in the Philippines with a 200K buy-in. He finished 2nd to Fedor for about $2.7 million. And he does indeed, David, have 25 career titles. His biggest title was that USPO championship. His smallest one was for 60K at an event in Prague in 2017.
That's amazing.
It is amazing
25
indeed.
titles.
One of the best to ever do it.
Not surprised.
David Peters. The pair of 6s here. Adamo turns a 3. Again, you see the Canadian flag by both of their names. That's just because they registered their GGPoker account in Canada. Peters, out of the United States, is not playing out of the United States, but he is an American. Adamo, out of Australia. He's not playing in Australia, but he is an Australian.
What do you think? Mexico, Canada?
I think Mexico seemed to be in the
I don't think you can go
spot.
to Canada now, but they could have.
Oh, right. They could have been there. They could have been there for months by now.
I know a lot of online poker players just reside, like in Vancouver.
Peters gets paid off with the 6s.
The comeback begins.
That's right. 5 minutes left in this blind level. David Peters with more than 35 bigs. There's the ace-10 here.
It's going to limp.
Interesting.
We've seen this before, and Michael Adamo with the 10-6 decided to raise.
Yeah.
Will he do it now? He does.
Yes, he will.
4x. Now, did he limp with the intention of re-raising, or is he just calling and playing his position? I don't think his stack size. Oh, he just rips it.
Does play it as a limp shove.
I was going to say, I don't think he's at the stage where you want to make that play yet, because he's still got plenty of chance to play.
But if the 3-bet is a shove, it makes a little more sense with that stack size. Starting the hand with about 35 bigs after Adamo made it about 4x. Quick fold from Adamo.
Adamo just right back at it.
9-6 off. Peters calls with the jack deuce of spades. Flops 1 spade. Adamo fires the minimum. Peters continues with that backdoor flush draw on jack high, another 8 on the turn.
I don't think he's going to be able to continue here as long as Adamo keeps it up. Although Adamo may himself be worried about his opponent having had an 8, maybe calling him on the flop with 1, or just having like an ace high, which you're likely getting called with. But Adamo is fearless and just keeps on pummeling.
Gets the fold from Peters. This is what Michael Adamo does. Relentless. Up to about 5.8 million. It's about a 3-to-1 chip lead now for Adamo.
Peters changing the raise size now, just a min raise. Wonder how much of the level these guys burn just clicking while the thing just blinks.
Yeah, good question. King high for Adamo is best on the ace-ace-9 flop.
I mean, if we get a check raise here. Okay, just
Instead
calls.
it's a check call. 6 of hearts on the turn. Flush draw now for Peters. Does that entice him to keep firing?
I think obviously if you do, you pretty much have to fire all rivers too if it's a check to you. Maybe not. Yep, he just picks it up.
Fires there and wins. Queens for Adamo. Unfortunately for him, nothing doing for Peters.
Will we see a limp? Seen quite a few limps too. Nope. Almost like 1.2?
Yeah.
Or 2.2, I mean.
And Adamo's got to be thinking, really, man? You defend every single time, and then have queens and you fold. Peters will just limp.
Way mixing it up. I mean, you're seeing a huge range of hands, limping, raising, limp, re-raising. I think they both know that, you know, that's necessary against an opponent of the other's caliber.
My, Adamo flops a pair of 4s and the nut flush draw. David Peters flops a straight and a straight flush draw.
Redraw. We could see some fireworks here.
Absolutely could. We'll start here. Adamo check calls. It's the 3 of spades on the turn.
Wow,
the ace-high flush for Adamo and the straight flush for David Peters.
I was just about to say, well, Adamo does not want to see the 3 or the 8 of spades, and there it is. Now, how are they going to get all the money in the pot? I mean, you would think they would, right?
I think so. 205K in the pot. Peters bets the straight flush here on the turn.
And this thing is going to be even again.
Yes, it is.
If it plays out like we think, back to even. I mean, I can't see a way where they don't get it all in. But.
Adamo checks on the river. 532K in the pot. Peters has 1.7 million behind.
This is fascinating.
It really is.
He could shove, he could bet for value. If Adamo makes the superhuman play of just calling and be insane, I mean, I don't think we see it, but wow.
768,000.
You got to think he wants to just win it here, assuming his ace-high flush is good. Like, yeah, okay, you don't have the 5 of spades.
Right.
But then it's like, would you call if I shoved it with anything? Would you call with a king of spades? This is incredible.
Michael Adamo with the ace-high flush.
I feel like this is one of those posturing, you tank, and then just shove on him, but he might be considering just calling. The merits of not raising.
That would be quite remarkable.
I wish we had a live feed on his thought
I would
process
love
right
that.
now. I want to know what he's thinking
would
right
love
now.
that.
Like, what's he thinking? Is he counting up his chips and his title, or is he like, man, does he have a 5
Right?
here?
Do I just call?
The fact that it's gone on this long makes me think he's actually pondering. Could his opponent have the 5 here? Oh, no.
He does shove. Peter's the happiest man in poker. Makes sure he has the straight flush, then makes the call. And just like that, David Peters has taken the chip lead from Michael Adamo.
But it's basically even.
Yeah, you are exactly right.
One cooler evens it back up.
60 bigs each. So the blinds do go up to 32K, 64K. So Adamo raising with the 9-7. Peters defending with the Queen-6. Jack 10-7, all clubs. Adamo looking for a straight flush now. He does have a pair of 7s also.
Best hand at the moment, best draw. Uh-oh, open-ended for Peters now.
With that King of Hearts on the turn.
Peters all of a sudden has a lot of equity still in this pot now.
Adamo will check back. It's the queen on the river, so a pair of queens for Peters, but a straight for Adamo.
It's the bottom end of the straight, so he could be bluffed off of it, but I don't think Peters is going to turn his queen into a bluff, and I don't think he's going to bet the bottom straight. He might. He does. Peters can't beat a 9, can't beat an ace, can't beat a king. Obviously can't beat a flush. Pretty tough spot here if all you've got is a pair of queens on the river with not even that great of a kicker. And he lays it down. I mean, I think that value bet was targeting really specific hands, 2 pairs, like kings up. I mean, a lot of hands that it's hard for your opponent to have in that spot, the way that hand played out.
Peters raising here at the 7-5. Michael Adamo with Queen 10. Makes the call and comes King, Queen, Queen. Trips for Adamo, nothing doing for Peters. This is the final matchup of the 10K World Series of Poker Heads-Up Championship. David Peters looking for his 2nd World Series of Poker bracelet. Michael Adamo looking for his 3rd.
Check raise. He's hoping his opponent actually had a king there to give him some action.
Because as you mentioned, if Peters is watching, he knows that Adamo is check raising with air quite frequently. So if you're going to do that, might as well check raise with the good stuff as well.
Just a limp with the Jack 5.
4s for Peters.
Big raise. Is that 4.5 times the big blind? Almost 5. Yep, 4.5. Adamo calls with the Jack 5 of diamonds. He does have position.
977 with 1 diamond. Peters leads for 144K.
Another 1/4 pot. It has to be a button. He has to have a. I think you can adjust what you want your buttons to be.
Let's call 6 of hearts on the turn.
It's a tough hand to play here out of position with 2 4s. And the minute you kind of take your foot off the pedal, the minute you stop betting, if your opponent fires a big bet, what do? I think right now he probably gives it up if his opponent, bets 500,000 or so.
Yeah.
Those little pairs are tough.
Ace on the river, 864K in the pot. Peters checks. Adamo decides not to go for it. Check
Yeah,
back.
pretty surprised by that. He's been pretty aggressive. Maybe he's toning it down because he no longer has a chip lead, but I think he could have taken that pot with some aggression. Peters raises the button back to 2.5x.
With the ace through of spades, Adamo with the jack-9. Defends. It comes 8-7-6 with 2 spades. The open ender for Adamo, the ace-high flush draw for Peters.
Yeah, interesting flop for these 2 hands. I think this could be Peters' bet, Adamo with a big check raise, and Peter calling.
Here is the bet from Peters. Sizes up here.
It's a big bet. If he's going to make that check raise that he's been making, it's going to be pretty large. This could be it is going to be a crucial pot, but this could be it, depending on how they play it.
Sure.
No, he just calls.
Adamo does call and turns the straight.
I think the reason we didn't see that check raise is just because it was so large.
Right, that size is so
check raising
big.
here, you're effectively
Playing absurd pot.
yeah, getting the stacks ready to get all in on the turn here. He's probably wishing he did now. I tell you, Peters wants the 10 of spades. Any spade would do, but the 10 of spades, I think, seals the deal.
The quarter pot lead from Adamo.
Ooh.
4 of diamonds on the river, straight on the board. This is going to be a tough spot for David Peters.
We've seen this before, though.
Yeah.
Straight on the board.
With Peters getting away from it at the right time. He'll have to do it again.
Adamo is trying to figure out the right sizing. Again, he probably assumes his opponent doesn't have much. Obviously, he's playing the board.
For sizing.
So he's trying to get his opponent to call for the chop.
So Adamo says all of it. More than 3 million.
Again, though, it's one of those spots. Is he going to risk 3.3 million to try to get half of
the whole tournament,
of the pot? Half of 1.2. Unlikely. I think that play works against more amateur players. You see a lot, but I don't think against opponents of this caliber, that's the size of the bet you really want to make there. A lot of times they're just going to let you have it. Okay, we're chopping, but you can have it. That's fine. You were first.
King Jack for Adamo. who just limps in. Peters with a 7. He'll come in for a raise. We know Adamo's not going to go anywhere, just how to proceed is the question. He does call. 9 deuce deuce 2 clubs. Peters has the ace of clubs.
Yeah, I think being in position, hand that strong, no reason to go continue, no reason to re-raise there, just see a flop. Being in position is so valuable.
Peters leads 144K.
I don't think there's any way Adamo's going anywhere. I think he's just deciding how to proceed, whether it's a call or a raise.
7 of clubs is a nice turn card if you're David Peters. 7s and deuces with the nut flush draw.
Yeah, and Adamo has a jack-high flush draw, a couple overcards. Depending on the size of the bet, I think we'll see him continue too. Peters checks. It's one of these spots, I think, if your Peters are okay if your opponent checks it back and you get a free one, but you're also okay if he bets here because you've got a fairly strong hand right now also.
Goes check, check, 10 of diamonds on the river. D. Peters is best here. Peters leads for 280K.
Now, I don't think Adamo's thinking of calling with king high here. Is he going to turn his hand into a bluff? And if so, was Peters inducing? Is he going to pick that bluff off? I don't think it's like not in the wheelhouse of things Adamo could do here. He could easily just raise this up to like 700. Represent a 10. That's what he's likely representing, or even just a slow played deuce, or maybe a turned flush. He does.
There is that raise.
Million. Will Peters sniff this out? It's a tough call, but what does your opponent have here?
Adamo perhaps sensing a blocker bet on Peters' behalf.
He knows his opponent's capable. Peters knows Adamo's capable of making this bluff. Will he figure it out is the question.
Peters has the ace of clubs, which might have been a card he thought Adamo would need to make a bluff like this.
Kind of thing here is if you call and you're wrong, you're crippled, right?
Yeah.
You're down to like 1.4. Nope,
he does lay it down. How about that from Michael Adamo, taking about a 2-to-1 chip lead on David Peters. Peters versus Adamo for the title and to join this list of champions. So you take a look at the history of the World Series of Poker Heads-Up Championship. Started as a 5K buy-in in 2007. Then it moved to a 10K. It was a 25K in 2011 when Jake Cody won. In 2013, Mark Radoja was the champion. He lost this year to Alyssa McDonald in round number 2. Adrian Mateos and Justin Bonomo, part of this list of champions. David Williams, you made the money a couple of these years.
Yeah, I only played it a few times. I think my cash percentage is something like 2 out of 5. It's not bad. What year was Black Friday? 2011, 2012?
Yeah, 2011.
2011, because I was like, they made it a 25K, and I think that's where it was headed, because all the events were just exploding every year after year leading up to 2011.
So you think it would have stayed as a 25K?
Truly, I think it would have.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the way things were headed. And then after Black Friday, everything scaled back, and they went back to a 10K, and it's kind of stayed that way ever since.
You have touched on this as Adamo goes back to check raising with air, with the 5-6, that you no longer play the 10K heads up.
No, I haven't played it in a few years.
Yeah.
I think the last time I played it might have been 2015, maybe 2014. I haven't played it in a lot of years. I just haven't found much value personally. I mean, I'm not a heads-up specialist in any means. I'm not even really a professional that much. I spend a lot of time at home with my daughter. I don't study the game. So I just feel like it's wise for me to sit out for a while. Maybe in a few years, get back in the ring. But
these killers.
Right now, I just stick to the big, soft fields. You know, I don't need to get in there with these sharks.
The WSOP had actually scheduled this event in its live format as a 25K.
It was back
this
to 25.
Year before, of course, this COVID disaster hit. They moved the 10K Heads Up Championship online along with all the other bracelet events. And now we see this with a 10K buy-in. GGPoker has done a fantastic job with these international events, and that will take us to break. One final thought from you, David, just on what GG has been able to accomplish over these last weeks. It just seems like it's just unbelievable. They're kind of taking over the poker world.
Yeah, I mean, I love it. I'm not playing, but I get to wake up every day, look at the results, see who's winning, see what's happening. It's kind of like being back at home following again, you know, the World Series results, which is what we're doing.
Right, exactly. Let's see who wins the 10K World Series of Poker Heads Up Championship. Quick break for David Peters and Michael Adamo. Quick break for us as well. Be back in a couple minutes. And welcome back to the 10K World Series of Poker Heads Up Championship. Jeff Platt alongside David Williams at the Poker Go studio at the lovely Aria Resort and Casino. So the pace of play is a little bit slower, right, with these two guys?
Yeah, I mean, like we saw with Alyssa and Peters, it was just act. It was refreshing.
Right.
This is a little more deliberate. You know, they're feeling each other out, and I think Peters is adapting. If Adamo does it, he's going to do the same. He's like, no reason for me to act any differently. So we're seeing a lot of kind of deliberation by the players.
Adamo with the chip lead. Let us take you back to that finals match between Michael Adamo and David Peters for the World Series of Poker 10K Heads Up Championship. Here we are with an Adamo raise on the button.
The 76,000 chip big blind here.
Yeah, standard level.
76.8, I think, actually, to be specific.
That is true. 76.8K.
76.8.
Big blind.
I think that means they have a 50 big blind average stack.
I think that is correct. It's Adamo firing. Here's Queen High beats Peters, Queen High. Michael Adamo takes down the pot, and Adamo has just been
Yeah, I mean,
relentless.
he's been the aggressor, I believe. Nothing to say about Peters, but I think Adamo has been playing the best suited to win this match. Peters is more, it looks like, trying to small ball it, and Adamo is just running him over. I think if Peters wants to adjust, he's going to have to also do the same, which is going to increase the variance in the match, and that may be not what he wants. That may be not how he wants it to go down. But I think, unfortunately, if he doesn't, his only other option is to hope he picks up a big hand and catches
So does
Adamo in the cookie jar.
Right. Adamo sixes here, outflops Peters.
As we've seen, these small pairs are not easy to play.
Yeah. Ten of diamonds on the turn. How about sixes and threes for Adamo to make his hand a little easier?
A lot easier to play if Peters decides to turn his fours into a bluff, but what it does is it allows Adamo to lead if he wants.
Yeah.
And try to get value from maybe a higher pair that he was losing to, or maybe even a kind of curious ace high.
And lead is what he does in the overbet style.
And this might get paid off, right? Like
It
it kind of looks fishy. What could your opponent have here? He didn't really take an aggressive action at any point in the hand. You have a four, so you block the straight. But Peters gives it up.
Adamo continues to chip up, continues to look to play big pots.
We've seen Peters fold very few buttons, but he's at least folded some. I don't think we've seen Adamo really fold any.
I don't think so. Have we seen Adamo fold in the big blind? Any standard raises?
I don't think so.
I mean, he just called with the 6-3 off last hand.
He will see a flop.
Yeah. The man likes the action. Adamo beat Aaron Van Blarcom heads up to win the Australian Poker Open main event at the beginning of 2020.
And Peters just picking up a horrible run of cards here. Hard to do much.
It's a 2-1 chip lead for Adamo. It's Peters raising.
With a very sticky opponent when you get bad hands. Usually if your hands are bad, you can kind of maybe bet them off, pick up some chips there, but when your opponent just doesn't let go.
Peter's got to be thinking, can I get one easy bet through? Like, can you just not check raise?
Can I get one
Can you
through?
just fold quickly when I don't have anything?
Yeah, I mean, that's got to be excruciating, right? You got 4 high here, you're losing every pot, you fire, and your opponent goes into the tank. You're like, just come on, let it go, let it go.
Mean, case in point right there as Adamo calls.
Now, he's not calling because he thinks 7 high is the best hand. He's got plans here. He's got plans to take this pot away from Peters.
We see that there's an overlay, and I missed the daily turbo. Should we try to get south of the border to fire off in that one? Love the notifications from GG. They're like, hey, you might want to come fire this one.
No, it does Peters. Peters has it, fires a second bullet. I think that's going to do it. It's pretty hard to get feisty with 7 high.
Well done, David Peters.
Yeah. I think that was more of a check by Adamo to see if Peters had it in him to fire that second bullet.
And if Peters checked back, Adamo goes
time
for
to take it on the river.
2 minutes left in this level. Ace Queen of Hearts for David Peters. 7-5 for Adamo. He will not be folding.
Watch now that we pointed out, he finally does.
Right.
Nope.
Does defend. Ace 3 deuce all spades. Adamo with the gut shot. Peters with top pair.
I wonder, I think the spades might slow them down. I mean, obviously Adamo doesn't have much anyways.
Sure.
He might just give it up, because even if he does hit a 4, he's only got 3 of them. The 4 spades he doesn't really love either. But he doesn't like to fold, and it's only one big blind.
His call. Turn is the 6 of hearts.
Thing is, if you're calling here, you're not just calling purely to hit a 4. Obviously, a 5 or a 7 might be good also, but he definitely has the tools in his box to make a check raise or try to turn this hand into a bluff.
Going to be tough for him here with aces and queens for Peters.
Yeah, I don't think this works out well for him if he does decide to bluff now. Which, if you're not mixing in bluffs here and you're just purely calling to pair up or hit your straight, you're probably not making chips. So I think he has no choice but to bluff here. You got to have some bluffs here also. Peters is going to probably raise him. Maybe not, but I assume so. Yeah.
Yeah, we'll look for some value here. Quick fold from Adamo.
Or to maybe catch his opponent with aces and 6s or something like that for a big pot. Making a little comeback for Peters.
Ten, 8, 7 here. 7s for both. The gut shot for both, which would give the other player a 2 pair.
Well, open-ended for Adamo.
Yeah, that's true.
But yeah.
One of his straight outs would give
pretty interesting
Peters
turn.
2 pair.
Or pretty interesting flop, and then there's the turn. Doesn't change much. Surprised to see Adamo check back the flop. I'll be even more surprised if he checks now. He's been so aggressive.
Fire 111K.
I don't think Peters is going anywhere.
Peters does call, blank on the river.
Another pot for Peters.
Jack, here comes David Peters. As the blinds are going up, and they will go up to 48K, 96K.
Oh, it's round now.
Yeah.
And 2 big hands here. We've got
hands.
Queen 10 suited. 96.
Peters about 34 bigs. It's a decent sized jump in blinds, about 80 bigs on the table. 9s for Adamo.
I think we're going to see a 3-bet almost assuredly.
There's that 3-bet to 646,000.
I think Queen 10 suited on the button. I don't think he's going anywhere.
Yeah.
Here we
Peters
go.
does call. 9-6-4, a decent flop for Adamo.
Top set.
No spades.
Now he's got to hope he can get his opponent to make something.
Nine's full for Adamo now. Peters didn't bite on the flop.
Yeah, now he's just finding out how to extract the most value. Does his opponent have a hand he'll pay him off with if he bets small here? Is it better to check again? Decides to bet. 1/3 pot. Peters gives it up.
Another pot for Michael Adamo, a finalist for the Global Poker Award for Toughest Opponent. That award was voted on by the top 100 in the GPI rankings, which is pretty cool. He ended up losing that to Stephen Chidwick. Makes sense. But you can tell that his opponents hold him in pretty high regard.
Wasn't there some controversy about that on Twitter? I feel like in poker Twitter about toughest opponent and the voting and people. I feel like
There's controversy about many topics on poker Twitter, so that was probably.
Yeah, I feel like I remember some arguing or
Okay.
about, like the vote. I don't know. Hey, they're all tough. It's all right.
Yeah, yeah. No slouches in that Final Four. Such an aggressive style. Sizing all across the board. Be sure to follow GGPoker, not just here on Twitch, ggpoker.tv, but also on Twitter at GGPokerOfficial, their YouTube channel, GGPoker, and on Instagram at GGPokerOfficial.
I guess it's official.
It is official indeed. It's GGPoker.
Top pair, and Adamo calls him with a deuce.
Both players guaranteed $223,488 for making it to the finals. The winner will earn more than $360K in a World Series of Poker Europe main event package, along with that prestigious World Series of Poker bracelet. King 8 for Peters here, the Queen 5 of hearts for Michael Adamo.
Is it time? We haven't seen one of those 3-bets, the big blind, in a while. I think it's for the 9.
Yeah, it's like
well, I mean,
2 hands ago. But yeah.
Without a hand. Without a hand, obviously.
One of the light 3 bets. Instead, Adamo just calls. Let's have a couple backdoor draws here. Peters bets 96K. There's a check raise we're so used to seeing from Adamo.
There we go.
I've seen it in 5 minutes or so. Peters not going anywhere with the king high on the gut shot.
It's not an easy call.
Yeah. Now 1.1 million in the middle.
I mean, it does put a lot of pressure on your opponent to continue on the turn with you in position if they are bluffing. Yeah, but Adamo can't continue. Too many chips in the pot to continue this story if your opponent happens to have it. And the beauty of position.
Mm-hmm. Peters will bet small here. Quick fold from Adamo.
Yeah, Peters knows that's all that's necessary if your opponent's bluffing. You don't need to risk many.
Adamo with the slight lead.
Just a limp with the ace-3. Players are really mixing it up in their holdings and what they do, whether they limp, whether they raise. It's very difficult to play against.
Adamo with the aces.
Peters basically drawing dead.
Yeah.
Now they're really drawing dead. Chip stacks aren't that far apart either.
Adamo looking for his 3rd World Series of Poker bracelet. Won 2 in 2018. Won the Marathon in Vegas and then the 25K Super High Roller at WSOP Europe. 2016 was his very first World Series of Poker, where he had 7 cashes, including his first 6-figure score, 3rd place in a 1500 for more than 196K.
Sure,
so the World Series has been kind to Michael Adamo.
Sure, that had a ton of entries in it.
Yeah, for sure.
1500s. Now it's 2x the button raise. It's been 2x for a little while, I think this level, but I guess as the stacks get shallower, you gotta lower your raise.
Adamo 3-betting with the ace-7 off.
Wow, it's kicked up here, boys.
Yeah. Every pot now so vital, so important. Peters calls, flops a gut shot.
Again, this is one of those spots, there's so much in there. If Michael continues being the aggressor and leads out, he likely just takes it down. I think Peters probably checks back because he wants to see that turn and give himself a chance to improve. Doesn't want to bet and get blown off of it or commit too many chips in the pot. But I could be wrong. He could just try and take it down now. I don't think you risk that after your opponent 3-bet you out of the blind. Huge.
Does check back. King on the turn.
I think the same thing applies here. Yep, checks it back.
Check back, another 4 on the river. Damo's ace-high is still best.
No reason for Adamo to bet here. Now the question is, Peters has got 7 high with 1.3 million in the center. It's a pretty important pot to win, but what do you do? Your opponent 3-bet you out of the big blind, almost 700,000, 650,000. And he goes for it. Some advanced poker here.
About 80% pot here from David Peters with just 7 high. Can Adamo find the call with just ace high? He cannot. Well done, David Peters.
Yeah, it's a tough call there for Adamo.
Peters takes the chip lead.
You can't imagine your opponent's calling your 3-bet with 7 high off.
Yeah.
With a lot of hands that your ace high is good against. Not very often.
A couple points in this match. Adamo has taken about a 2-to-1, 2.5-to-1 chip lead, and a couple points in this match. David Peters has rallied to regain the top spot on the leaderboard.
Blinds are going up in about a minute.
Yeah.
Gonna go over the 6-figure mark for the big blind.
Peters folds.
Not many people giving up any buttons anymore.
Right. Peters raising here with the jack-6 off. Adamo has an ace. Adamo defends. Queen 10-8 gut shot for Peters. Adamo's ace high is best.
I feel like that spot there where he waits a while and then checks. We haven't seen one person do what they refer to as like the donk bet, like lead into.
Yeah, that's true.
So because no one's doing that, there's no reason to take that break. Everybody could just check.
Right, right. If you're never, ever going to lead.
I don't think we've seen one at all today.
Yeah, I don't think so.
So if that's not in play, then there's no reason to pause there. Just check and let them get to the action.
Adamo check calls with ace high. Blank on the turn.
It's about time for Peters to take a stab at this. May want to wait for the river, but I don't think so.
He is going to fire here.
Yeah,
Pretty
just
big
take
bet
it
gets it done with Jack high. David Peters extends the chip lead. The blinds go up to 57,600, 115,200.
I mean, I know it's not as exciting for the viewers on TV, but I've always said that they should just, instead of like increasing everything, just keep it as a number of big blinds and just, instead of like the number changing, it's like, okay, we have this many big blinds.
Which these players on the software do have the option to do.
But like even in real life, when like at the World Series final table, when someone has 875 million and just chop all the zeros off everything and just get it back down to where it's manageable numbers to speak about and to every, you know, it gets ridiculous.
The shove from Peters gets through.
It gets, I mean, no one needs 800 million. It's like, you know, the final of the World Series, they have just, you could reduce that. Change the number.
Yeah, but it's the World Series.
No, it's not as exciting.
Not,
I get it. It's just me being kind of just the number guy. Like, just, why do we have all these zeros?
The same thing.
We don't need these zeros.
Right. Yeah, but wouldn't you want to bet 78.5 million? I know the starting stack in the 2004 main was a lot less, but you still have plenty of chips.
I want to because that means I'm at the end, but saying these numbers and it's just it's kind of weird.
That's an okay flop if you're David Peters.
For David Peters.
That is an okay flop.
Adamo does not want to see a 7. A jack he might be able to get away from at least, but a 7 is danger zone.
Two-way straight draw for Adamo with the backdoor flush draw.
And neither of those straights are good.
Peters goes more than half pot here on the flop.
I think if we see a 7, it's over. I'd like to see him check it back here and give his opponent a chance to bluff into him on the river. I mean, you know, we can see the cards if he does, and Adamo doesn't improve. He's unlikely just to check the 8 high and give it up. Nope. Pretty big bet, and there's a fold.
Quick fold from Adamo. David Peters extending his chip lead. Peters started out by watching poker in the 2003 to 2004. Call it the moneymaker / David Williams.
Stop.
Started playing free rolls online. He won one for $600. Started playing sit and goes and just never looked back. Has been referred to as the silent assassin. I think that fits Peters really well.
Fits. I know I don't enjoy playing at the same table, Adam. And it's just like, oh man, this ain't going to be easy. 2 pair for Peters.
Especially when he's running well.
I mean, look at this, right? He was getting ran over early, but he made sure to kind of sustain and stay in the game. And now things are going his way. He's flopping hands. He's playing well, picking up pots. He's turned it around.
10s for Adamo.
Big blind's 115.2.
Yep, standard.
So exactly 2 big blinds in the pot.
Peters checks again. Ace on the river.
He's got to feel good about his 2 pair still. I think he's just trying to figure out the best way to get value. Is it better? Give your opponent a chance to bet something. I think in these spots where they haven't shown an aggressive act, it's better. They most likely have an air ball, so you want to check so they can bet it. And he does.
There is a bet from Adamo.
Might see a little check raise here. It's got to be what he's considering, because I don't think fold is even an option. Yep.
There is that check raise to 691,000.
And 200.
And 200.
Adamo in the tank here. Nope.
Folds.
think it was more of just balancing his timing.
Peters up to more than 5 million. Now it's Peters with more than a 2-to-1 edge. Back and forth we go. The final match of the 10K World Series of Poker Heads Up Championship.
Limp on the button. Again, as the stacks get shallower, you can see less raises and more limps.
Adamo checks. Does flop a gut shot. Peters with king high, backdoor flush draw. Peters betting. Adamo starting this hand with just a touch more than 20 bigs.
Does have, you said, the gut shot.
Does check call, does turn a pair of sevens.
Is Peters going to continue, or is he going to give it up? Gives it up.
4 of hearts on the river.
I don't think we're going to see Peters put another chip in this pot. Board's not very great for you. He might, but I don't think so. And I guess if you want to try to get your opponent to maybe fold an ace high, maybe an ambitious attempt to get him to fold an 8.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't think it's likely. There are 4 big blinds in the pot, though. They're all valuable. Ooh, the overbet, the huge overbet. That's a pretty tough spot if you have a 7 here.
Overbet from David Peters.
Basically 2x pot.
With Adamo with just 2.2 million behind.
Exactly 2x pot. Yeah, that's a tough spot here.
Really tricky now.
With a 7.
Can Adamo find the call with just 7s to even this thing out once again? He cannot.
I do like this.
Wow.
I mean, if you're going to bluff that river, you know, a mistake I see people make is in these spots is they bluff too small and they make it too easy for their opponent to look up their bluff. If you're going to bluff that river, you got to make it painful. You know, you got to make it hurt.
And that is max pain. That's 2x pot right there.
Got to give them an actual decision.
Peters extends his chip lead. Got a 5-2 lead now. This is a similar lead to what Adamo has had a couple times in this match.
Yep.
And now it's the David Peters show. Peters check calls with the Queen of Spades.
Adamo turns the gut shot.
If you missed it earlier in this match, Adamo had turned an ace-high flush against David Peters' straight flush.
To be fair, David Peters flopped the actual straight,
Right.
so he was never behind in the hand. He did just cooler him with the turn card. I guess he was behind pre-flop, but flopped a straight with a straight flush draw. Queen high and 10 high. First the fire takes it, I think.
So too. There's another overbet from David Peters.
David Peters. He's really changed up his style.
Yep,
We were talking about
sinking
this.
down. It's okay. There we go. No. I'm not that short. I know I'm shorter, but you know, yeah, you slumped down. There we go. Keep. That's okay.
Another limp on the button from Peters. I feel like we're not seeing really any raises on the button anymore. It's just limping them all. which again is due to, I think, the size of the blinds and his opponent's stack size.
Queens for Adamo. Broadway draw for Peters.
And there's the king to steal the pot back, assuming they can get to a showdown. I don't think either of them are going to turn their hand into a bluff and represent a 10, but it is possible. Nope.
Goes check, check. Yeah, Peters happy to get to showdown after rivering the king.
And Adamo gets even shorter.
As the blinds go up. Next hand, I guess. This is the last hand at this level.
It's going to put Adamo in like the 15 big blind range, I believe.
Limps in with the 6-7 off. Peters checks the 9 deuce and flops a 9.
Adamo's going to need runners or just take this through sheer aggression. Bad timing here. No way Peters is folding second pair.
Right. Adamo now with just 1.5 million behind. 9s and deuces now for David Peters.
Adamo might continue this story. I don't think the deuce changes much. If he bets here, he could be setting himself up for a river shove if he does decide to bet here. And he does.
Almost pot-sized bet on the turn.
I mean, I think that's what he's setting up.
Yeah.
He might get saved if Peters just dumps it in, then he obviously has to fold the 6 high. But if Peters just calls, I think Adamo's plan is to shove a lot of
about
rivers.
1.3 million in the middle. Now that Adamo rivered a pair, is he happy to just check back? And he is, and David Peters will take that one.
If he doesn't river that 6 there, I think it's all over.
I think he goes for it. Blinds go up to 70,400, 140,800. So it's Adamo in trouble now with less than 10 bigs. David Peters with a commanding lead and with 3s.
And I don't think we're going to see a call here with 10-4. Adamo folds.
Michael Adamo on the ropes with ace-3. Peters has king-10.
I think we're going to see the chips in the middle of this hand.
I think so as well.
Stacks this small for Adamo, all in.
Here's the all-in. Here's the call from David Peters, and here we go. Peters with king-10. Adamo all in and at risk with the ace-3. It comes ace-queen-5. Peters needs a jack on the river. Let's squeeze it. Let's see if we squeeze some paint. It is paint. Oh, but it's a king on the river. Love that squeeze feature.
Oh, wow.
As Adamo doubles up to about 2 million. Oh, I saw that little outline of the thing.
Love it.
First place prize of more than $360,000, along with a World Series of Poker Europe main event package and a World Series of Poker bracelet. Both players guaranteed $223K. Michael Zang and Alyssa McDonald eliminated in the semifinals.
Ooh, just a
Adamo
shove
just
with
rips it with the king deuce. Peters folds. Alyssa taking time out of her celebration to ask on Twitch, wait, did Platt or Williams even mention I was single once? I made sure to put that in my bio. So we had not mentioned it, but there you go.
She's single?
She also says, these beers got me feeling better already. So
I love
Alyssa's
it.
in full-on celebration mode. So there you go.
All
That's
right.
a good run once again.
She said she's single, guys.
All right, guys. Yeah.
There
so
you go. I guess the DMs are open,
Right.
maybe. I don't know. Slide on in is what she's trying to say.
I think so. Put it in the bio and then asked us in the chat. Said go for it.
So looks like we got a limp pot here. Ace-5 on the button. Surprised to see the limp there from Adamo. David Peters flops bottom pair. Gut shot. And ace-high for Adamo. Seems like both players are happy to get to showdown here so far, though.
Peters checks. Jack on the river.
I think we're just going to see a couple checks
Check, check.
again. Stacks are so shallow, and neither hand is very strong enough to get some value out of another. I mean, they're almost the same hand.
Yeah. Deuces for Peters. Adamo, about 14 bigs.
Limp from Peters. I think we're going to see him limping almost all his hands.
Adamo checks. Queen 4-4, 2 hearts. Peters checks back. Jack of hearts on the turn.
Adamo with the heart draw now, but again, pretty hard to maneuver with these stack sizes.
Half pot for Adamo on the turn.
Peters not giving up easily.
Peters does fold.
Back above 2 mil.
And 7 for Adamo. We see Peters has a good one.
Likely see a limp here, yep. And then a raise from Peters. Hoping his opponent maybe limped like an ace-3 and like a weak ace, or maybe some kind of trapping type hand. Or will he check it back?
The raise small here. Get 380K.
I like it. Just enough where it's hard for your opponent to fold their 10-7s.
And Adamo does make the call, flop a gut shot and the backdoor flush draw. Top pair for Peters.
Just enough to force your opponent in there with a suboptimal hand.
Off these stack sizes, that might have worked to perfection.
About half. Exactly. Nope, not half.
Yeah, a little less than half.
Looked like 380 for me.
Right.
Adamo called. Again, this must be one of those spots where he wasn't just calling just to improve. I think he feels he might be able to take this away, depending on what how the board runs out or what Peters does if Peters stops betting.
1.4 million in the middle, Adamo with 1.4 million behind. Peters will lead 492,800.
Could we see a bluff all in here from Adamo? I don't think you can just call here. Seems a little strange, a little To just call, I think his options are either folding, yeah, or just shipping it in, but I don't think we're going to see that, so yeah.
Does lay it down. Adamo with just 10 bigs. And with just the 7 deuce here. Peters, the 7-8 of diamonds.
As we've seen, he just pretty much limps all the buttons.
Now with Adamo even shorter, he will rip.
Oh, he's changed it up a little bit.
Changing it up. With Adamo at 10 bigs. Adamo at 15 is limp, 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 limp. Just the 8-3 off for Adamo. Now is not the time to go card dead.
Got up over 2 million briefly, back down to 1 million.
King 4 of hearts for Peters. Is this good enough for him?
I believe it is.
I think so too. Adamo with just 9 high.
Adamo's hoping he can pick up something where he can shove here for sure.
Michael Adamo on the ropes with the Jack 3 of clubs. We see Peters has a monster.
Bad timing if he does. He's only got about 6 to 7 big blinds, what, 7.5 big blinds.
Adamo does rip. Peters calls, and here we go. Michael Adamo all in and at risk with the Jack 3 of clubs. Going to need some help.
Ooh.
Comes Ace 9-5. This is just about over, and it is over. David Peters wins his second World Series of Poker bracelet. He ships the 10K heads-up championship for more than $360,000. We'll tack on the value of that WSOP Europe main event package. What a showing for David Peters. He beats Michael Adamo heads up, and really nothing Adamo could do at the very end.
Yeah, I mean, in the beginning, Adamo was really playing aggressive, running him over. Peters was patient, adapted his style once the blinds got higher, and caught the cards at the right time also.
A look at the final payouts, as it was Alyssa McDonald and Michael Zang are semifinalists. They win $124,160. Michael Adamo finishes in second. He stays at 2 World Series of Poker bracelets. David Peters now has 2 World Series of Poker bracelets after he wins that one. I mean, you said it about an hour ago or so. Adamo was being so aggressive, but David Peters never made like a super strong adjustment that he thought was unnecessary.
No, I mean, he was patient, didn't make any huge mistakes. I didn't really see any mistakes, but, you know, lost some small pots here and there. Was fortunate to make the straight flush against the ace-high flush, and then never looked back. All
right, we're off next Saturday, but we are coming back in 2 weeks with coverage of the Poker Players Championship. That usually being the 50K, a mixed game championship. So this year, we're going to go 25K, all no limit hold'em, but a $10 million guarantee. That's going to draw all of the sickos.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be a really exciting event to see. It's going to be kind of a combination of what we saw this week and what we've seen the past few weeks. We get all the high stakes killers, but we get a multi-table tournament. We get to see, you know, more than just heads up play. So I'm excited to see that one.
And so that event will start a week from tomorrow, and then we'll have the final table in 2 weeks. And then, David, one final note, the World Series of Poker main event starts tomorrow. A 5K buy-in, a $25 million guarantee. Just your thoughts on getting this thing going.
Yeah, I mean, it's cool that it's spread out over 22 flights.
Yeah.
You get to kind of like each day see, oh, who did this day? You know how normally when the main event's here, there's all the day ones and everybody's at home refreshing, seeing who the day one A leader is, the day one B leader, looking at all the storylines. You get 22 flights of that. You get to see like what big names are progressing, what chip stacks they're building. So it's going to be exciting.
And we might see you in the mix.
You might see
in
me
future
there.
weeks. We
It's
might see
looking
David
likely.
Williams there. All right, that sounds good. Congratulations once again to David Peters, the winner of the World Series of Poker Heads Up Championship. He beats Michael Adamo heads up for his second World Series of Poker bracelet and more than $360,000. Thank you all so much for watching us, not only on Twitch, but on YouTube and Facebook as well. We will be back in 2 weeks. For our wonderful crew here at the Poker Go studio, for the good people at GGPoker, for David Williams, I'm Jeff Platt. We'll see you next time on the World Series of Poker.